and drive innovation across various sectors. We've seen how it can amplify voices, facilitate civil engagement, and provide access to information and knowledge on an unprecedented scale. However, we also recognize the critical importance of navigating the complex issues that accompany this digital revolution. We understand that with great power comes great responsibility, from ensuring equitable access and bridging the digital divide so that all citizens, regardless of location or socioeconomic status, can benefit from the opportunities the internet offers, to safeguarding our online security and protecting fundamental rights like privacy and freedom of expression. We must work together to create a digital future that truly benefits all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. We must also grapple with the profound implications of emerging technologies, particularly artificial intelligence. AI has the potential to revolutionize industries, improve healthcare outcomes, and address some of the world's most pressing challenges. However, it also raises complex ethical questions regarding bias, accountability, job displacement, and even the very nature of human interaction. We must proactively engage in discussions about the responsible development and deployment of AI, ensuring that it is used in a way that benefits humanity and aligns with our values. This includes considering the potential impact of AI on our workforce, our social structures, and our democratic processes. This forum provides a vital and timely platform for open dialogue, robust collaboration, and the crucial exchange of ideas. Over these 2 days, we will delve into these critical topics, exploring the multiple dimensions of internet governance. And importantly, we will do so through a multi-stakeholder lens, recognizing that effective and sustainable internet governance requires the active participation and meaningful input of all stakeholders. This includes government agencies, private sector companies, civil society organizations, academia, and perhaps most importantly, individual users themselves. Building our digital future is not a task that can be undertaken in silos. It is not a responsibility for governments alone, nor can it be left solely to the private sector or civil society. It demands a collaborative, inclusive, and participatory approach where each voice is heard, valued, and respected. This forum is precisely the space where we can forge strong partnerships, share best practices, and develop concrete strategies and action plans to ensure that the internet remains a force for good in Trinidad and Tobago, contributing to our social, economic, and cultural development. I am confident that the discussions, debates, and deliberations will be both fruitful and productive. Let us engage with open minds, a spirit of collaboration, and a shared commitment to building a digital future that is inclusive, secure, empowering, and beneficial for all the people of Trinidad and Tobago, the Greater Caribbean, and by extension, the world. Thank you very much. And now we will have an introductory address by Mr. Corey Belfon, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Trinidad and Tobago.
A very pleasant good morning to everyone. It really is a pleasure to be here with you at the opening of the 2025 edition of the Trinidad and Tobago Internet Governance Forum. Over the years, the TTIGF has built a well-deserved reputation in Trinidad and Tobago and the wider Caribbean region as an important forum for the exchange of information and ideas, the brainstorming of solutions and strategies, and the building of partnerships and communities of interest on all matters relative to the administration and management of the internet. This is an important topic that is rapidly increasing in both scope and scale as Trinidad and Tobago goes digital, and we increasingly live and socialize, work and conduct business, and interact with government and access public services online. For example, at last count, the Ministry of Digital Transformation has identified 292 e-services that are currently offered to citizens. Of these, 135 or 46% can be considered transactional. The remaining 157 or 54% are primarily informational, and the number of e-services are increasing as ministries, departments, and agencies become digitalized. As government e-services increase in number and sophistication, it is essential that the internet, the delivery mechanism for these services, is available on a 24/7, 365-day basis. The theme of this year's forum, Building a Multi-Stakeholder Digital Future, holds a particular resonance for those of us who work at the Ministry of Digital Transformation. As my minister, Senator the Honorable Hassel Bacchus, has often pointed out, the Ministry of Digital Transformation remains and is a partnership ministry. A review of our major ongoing initiatives shows that the majority of them are collaboration-based and partnership-driven. For example, the Developers Hub, through which we are working to grow our local software development sector, is a partnership between government, the private sector, and academia. Our national e-identity and government interoperability initiatives, both of which are currently in the testing phase, have been built in collaboration with the UNDP and Estonia, respectively, and they are currently being executed in partnership with participating government ministries and departments. Our digital learning program, which we have branded We Learn TT, and which provides members of the national community with training in foundational digital skills, and ICT professionals and entrepreneurs with technical and business management training, is a partnership between the MDT, YTEP, UTT, and other leading digital training providers. Perhaps the single largest partnership in which the Ministry of Digital Transformation has been involved so far has been the development of the National Digital Transformation Strategy 2024 to 2027. This strategy was formally approved by Cabinet in September last year and can be viewed on the MDT's website. The strategy was developed as a national undertaking, with civil society, the private sector, and government working closely and collaboratively together as equal partners to develop a roadmap for digital transformation in Trinidad and Tobago over the next 3 years. As an organization that remains fully committed to the principle of participatory governance, the Ministry of Digital Transformation places a high priority on pursuing the implementation of the strategy as a partnership between all stakeholders. It is therefore my hope that the information shared and the insights and recommendations that come from the deliberations of this forum will become valuable inputs that will support the National Digital Transformation Strategy 2024 to 2027. In this regard, I am happy to announce that in the next 2 weeks, we will be introducing an interactive online platform that will enable all interested persons to continue to partner with us on the implementation of the strategy. The discussions that will emanate in the next 2 days on hot topics such as artificial intelligence, financial inclusion, and cybersecurity, including bullying in the cyber age, will certainly enrich the growing body of knowledge and practice that has become the hallmark of the TTIGF. It is especially encouraging to note the inclusive nature of the TTIGF process, and in particular, the special emphasis being placed on the young people of our nation through the Youth Forum. This is significant given that young people are both beneficiaries and the primary creators of the digital world we are currently building. I would like to conclude by congratulating the Trinidad and Tobago Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Committee for the excellent arrangements that have been put in place for the 2025 TTIGF. This is an important event on the digital calendar, and I am confident that the deliberations over the next 2 days will make a significant contribution to the strengthening of the digital transformation environment in Trinidad and Tobago and the wider Caribbean region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Balfon. Next, we will have an address from Ms. Sally Wentworth, who is the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Internet Society and the Internet Society Foundation. This will be a recorded address.
Hello, I'm Sally Wentworth, the President and CEO of the Internet Society and the Internet Society Foundation, and it is my great pleasure to speak at this opening of the Trinidad and Tobago IGF. Thank you to the organizers and partners who have made this event happen. I am pleased that our Trinidad and Tobago chapter is one of the sponsors. Thank you for the work that you're doing. For those who may not know us, the Internet Society was founded over 30 years ago in 1992 by some of the Internet's early pioneers. People like Vint Cerf, Bob Kahn, John Pastel, and many others were participants in the Internet Engineering Task Force, or IETF, building the open standards that powered the early Internet. They didn't want those standards to be controlled by governments or large corporations. They wanted to ensure that the standards could be used by and created by everyone. And so they created the Internet Society as a legal home for that work of the IETF. But our founder's vision was far broader than just standards. As Vint Cerf, our first president, said to me once, we believe that out of the Internet, a society would emerge. And they wanted an organization that would work to ensure that above all, the Internet is for everyone. That vision statement is very simple. The Internet is for everyone. And to your theme of building our multi-stakeholder digital future, we firmly believe that everyone has a role to play in the digital future of the Internet. The future of the Internet is not something that only governments should decide, nor should it be control of huge corporations. Businesses, universities, civil societies, technical organizations, governments, and regular users should all have a voice in deciding the future of our online experience. Last month, I attended the United Nations Global Internet Governance Forum in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and this theme of multi-stakeholder action was a critical one in all of the discussions there. The event took place after the UN's announcement of the Global Digital Compact, or GDC. The GDC aspires to achieve an inclusive, sustainable, fair, safe, and secure digital future for all. There is an objective of closing all digital divides and accelerating the Sustainable Development Goals. There is an objective of fostering an inclusive, open, safe, and secure digital space that respects, protects, and promotes human rights. And we are very pleased that the GDC recognizes the IGF as the primary multi-stakeholder platform for the discussion of internet governance issues. But we're also concerned that the GDC was not developed in a truly multi-stakeholder manner. As a stakeholder, we were there to the degree that we could be, but we often felt like we were standing at a closed door looking in through the window, while governments were meeting inside discussing their plans. And for that reason, we are not currently planning to endorse the GDC. Again, the internet is for everyone, and everyone must have a voice in the internet's future. But we will definitely continue working toward the implementation of the GDC's objectives, because this is the work that we have all been doing for the last 30 years. Just since 2019, the Internet Society has invested in projects in over 120 countries that are delivering on the objectives laid out in the GDC, and also supporting the action lines in the World Summit on the Information Society, or WSIS. We have helped to create over 85 community networks and 64 internet exchange points. We've supported over 45 local technical communities and trained over 15,000 students in digital skills. And since its founding in 2020, the Internet Society Foundation has granted nearly 1,000 grants totaling over $63 million over 120 countries. This is the kind of action that must be taken around the world if we are going to succeed in implementing the WSIS action lines and the objectives of the GDC, and more importantly, on our vision that the internet is for everyone. More importantly than the GDC, this year is the 20th anniversary of the World Summit on the Information Society, and the so-called WSIS Plus 20 review and discussions will be a significant part of all of our work this year. What is discussed and decided will determine the future of the Global Internet Governance Forum, and from that, the future of national and regional IGFs, such as the one you are hosting today. Local events like this one are hugely important forums for stakeholders to give voice to the kind of internet future you want. That is why the Internet Society has been such a strong supporter of national and regional IGFs, believing that local action is essential to shaping the internet of the future. As governments develop internet policies or make decisions about the internet in their countries, they need to consult with local stakeholders to ensure that the decisions they make will not undermine the open internet in their countries. This is the message I brought to the IGF last month in Riyadh, and we will bring those messages to the WSIS Plus 20 discussions and beyond. And the work you do in Trinidad and Tobago is part of this global movement of ensuring that the internet is for everyone. You have long been a leader in your region in hosting regional organizations such as the Caribbean Telecommunications Union and Canto. And you host this very successful IGF. And last year, you hosted the School of Digital Transformation and Innovation in the Caribbean in Port of Spain last August. Over 50 policymakers came from across the region to discuss internet technology and policy, to learn from each other, to share best practices, and to build a stronger community. Organized by CPAL, the CTU, and the Internet Society and the Internet technical community, this is a great example of the kind of work we all need to do to build a future where everyone is involved. I understand that there are plans for another event in 2025, and I wish you all the best as you look forward to that. At the Internet Society, we have a strategic goal that by 2030, people everywhere will have an affordable, reliable, and resilient internet. It is excellent to see that on our pulse measurement site, our country report for Trinidad and Tobago shows that about 80% of the population is already online, which is above average for your region across the Americas. So congratulations on that. And now we need to do all we can to bring that remaining 20% online. So please know that we at the Internet Society are here to help. We are working around the world to help communities get connected and to ensure that that connectivity is both affordable and reliable. We are focusing in the coming years on work across small island developing states. We have information and resources that you can use as you work to bring this 20% online. And our pulse measurement site is available to provide data to help guide your work. As a nation of islands, you certainly experience the need for resilient connectivity. Your region has experienced extreme hurricanes, and subsea cables are critical for all of your connectivity. So we have a lot to learn from your experiences as we look to expand our work in small islands. And we hope that we can learn from your stories and develop from that a broader plan around the globe. I'm also pleased to see that you have an internet exchange point, as internet exchange points are a critical way to build more resilience in your internet connectivity. Our Pulse site says that 63% of your local networks are peering at the IXPs. Pulse also gives your country an internet resilience score of 50%, which ranks you 9th in the region and above the average of 45% across the Americas. So you have a lot to build on as you strengthen the internet environment in Trinidad and Tobago. The Internet Society has a second strategic goal that people everywhere have an internet experience that is safe, secure, and protects them online. It is great to see that your sessions this week cover cybersecurity because this is so important as we bring people online. When people are safe online and feel confident about using the internet, they are more likely to participate in the social and economic opportunities afforded by the internet. I also note that you have a number of sessions about artificial intelligence. We see that people around the world are using AI to be more productive, more efficient, and get more done in their daily lives. Yet 1/3 of the world and 20% of the people of Trinidad and Tobago do not have the necessary affordable, reliable, and resilient internet access to use these AI tools effectively. We are leaving the unconnected further behind if we don't pay attention to this. So as we charge ahead into the future with AI, we must make sure that the disconnected population is not left further behind, and that connected populations do not miss out on the innovation and new solutions that these groups can bring. We at the Internet Society cannot do all of this work alone. We need to engage people across the region and across the world to build our multi-stakeholder digital future. At the Internet Society, we believe that the Internet is a powerful force for social and economic development. It changes people's lives. It opens up opportunities for people, and it can do so much more if we all work to ensure that it remains a force for good in our society. And above all, if the Internet is to be for everyone, then everyone must have a voice in the Internet's future. I look forward to working with all of you to make this a reality.
Okay, so that was Ms. Sally Wentworth, the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Internet Society and Internet Society Foundation. Next up, we have Mr. John Outridge, CEO of the Trinidad and Tobago International Finance Center. John, take it away.
Hi, good morning. Could you hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you. Thanks.
Please give me 1 second. It's very interesting. We're having this session and I'm experiencing some internet problems. So hopefully I'm not in the 20%.
You would never be, not in that building.
Hi, are you hearing me better now?
Yes, we're hearing you fine.
Apologies. Okay. Hello?
That got worse.
Oh, is it better or worse?
It's fine now.
Yes, is it better?
It's good. It's good enough.
Oh, sorry. Unfortunately, I was for some reason my Zoom is giving problems this morning. But apologies for that. But
Well, John, do you want us to go to the next speaker and give you, and then you can
Sure.
come on after?
Yeah, that'd be great. So I could sort this out. Thank you.
Okay. So, Javed, are you ready?
Yes, hi,
Okay.
Chair. Yes, I'm prepared. Yeah.
Okay, in that case, we will now hear from Mr. Javed Sajjad, artificial intelligence legal and policy consultant from LACNIC.
Thank you, Chair, Permanent Secretary, distinguished guests, multi-stakeholders, and participants. Good morning. It is both an honor and a privilege to return to the Trinidad and Tobago Internet Governance Forum for 2025 through LACNIC and the Leaderist Program. Today, we gather under the theme, Building Our Multi-Stakeholder Digital Future, a theme that calls for collaboration, foresight, and commitment as we navigate the evolving digital landscape of our region. In the United Nations Pact for the Future, which seeks to ensure that digital technologies serve humanity's best interest, it is noted that despite the rapid expansion of digital technology, 2.6 billion people worldwide remain offline, the majority of whom live in developing countries. During my recent visits to Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Singapore, I observed significant disparities in digital connectivity. While citizens in Sri Lanka and Nepal face challenges in accessing reliable digital infrastructure, Singapore exemplifies how advanced connectivity can enhance society by improving access to services and streamlining daily life. I propose to you today that we must find ways to work together in a coordinated effort to address the challenges of the digital divide and for our digital future. As we stand at the crossroads of technological advancement and governance, we must recognize the need for frameworks that foster both innovation and responsibility for all. The digital future, characterized by rapid advancements in emerging technologies such as AI, artificial intelligence, presents unparalleled opportunities for economic growth, efficiency, and societal progress. However, these advancements also bring challenges ranging from data privacy concerns to algorithmic bias, disparity in inclusivity, widening the gap in access to technology, and regulatory uncertainty. This is where AI sandboxes emerge as a viable solution for the Caribbean. My research conducted under LACNIC Leaderist Program explores how sandboxes can serve as controlled environments. The AI sandbox is a multi-stakeholder approach that will develop strategy, create policy, inform the drafting of law, and leverage big tech, the Google, Meta, Microsoft, OpenAI, Anthropic, etc., for these companies to assist us in driving economy. It involves governments, private sector entities, big tech, civil society, and academia collaborating to test and understand AI-driven solutions while ensuring ethical compliance and risk mitigation. Within the UN IGF overarching team, there are sub-teams. These sub-teams harnessing innovation and balancing risks in the digital space. It urges us to find equilibrium between progress and security. AI sandboxes provide this balance by enabling structured experimentation. These controlled environments allow stakeholders to evaluate the implications of AI technologies before full-scale implementation, ensuring that innovation does not come at the expense of human rights or ethical integrity. Another sub-team is advancing human rights and inclusion in the digital age. AI has the potential to bridge socioeconomic gaps, but without careful regulation, it can also exacerbate existing inequalities. Trinidad and Tobago, like the rest of the world, faces risk related to AI-induced biases. These biases can come from a lack of frameworks and guardrails in the development of AI. Biases can further become perpetuate inequalities in a digital future, which can erode efforts of the Ministry of digital transformation strategy. AI regulatory sandboxes ensure that AI systems uphold fundamental rights and fostering transparency, accountability, and inclusivity in technological developments. Another subtheme, improving digital governance for the internet we want. A truly global internet requires governance models that reflect multi-stakeholder participation. The UN IGF stresses that effective internet governance must be rooted in cooperation between governments, the private sector, civil society, and technical communities. AI regulatory sandboxes embody this principle by creating a collaborative space for diverse voices to shape AI policies that are contextually relevant for our country and region. In summary, as Trinidad and Tobago and the wider Caribbean embark on a journey of AI governance, we must take proactive steps to develop policies that align with international best practices while addressing local realities. In the work that I've been doing with DMS business partners and LACNIC in setting up regulatory sandboxes and being certified in designing and implementing AI regulatory sandboxes, I can attest that the establishment of an AI sandbox in Trinidad and Tobago could position us as leaders in responsible AI deployment in the region, ensuring that we reap the benefits of AI while safeguarding our digital future. In noting the happenings of the global north, it would seem that our fundamental rights, ethics, and AI safety becomes secondary to rapid innovation. There have been executive orders that have been repealed in one of these global north countries. The rapid innovation will now be catalyzed by China's DeepSeek AI, as we see in our recent news. We must hold steadfast in our endeavors to prevent the atrocities of the past from reoccurring. This forum is a testament to our collective commitment to shaping an inclusive, ethical, and progressive digital society. Let us use this platform to engage in meaningful discussions, forge strategic partnerships, and drive policy innovations that will define the Trinidad and Tobago role in the digital economy. Thank you, and I wish you insightful discussions that will unfold today.
Thank you so much, Javed. John, are you ready now?
I believe so. You're hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay, great. Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning. I'd like to take the opportunity, Jacqueline and team, for the invite, and to deliver some remarks on the first day of this forum. I think it's an excellent achievement to be doing this 9 times consecutively, and I believe it's very important, particularly for the mandate that the TTIFC is focusing on, being a very young agency, I would say, to the foray, as it relates to really seeing what the internet has been able to accomplish, not just providing access to information and connectivity, but also as it relates to driving inclusion and helping persons, more importantly, access socioeconomic benefits. So one of the main sort of pillars that the TTIFC has been focusing on since 2021, just to kind of give some context and as supports what these deliberations are about. As you could see, financial inclusion is one of those relatively, I would say, new areas that has started to come onto the Caribbean landscape, where, when we look at it's almost sort of paradoxical when you look at the access, for example, of how many people, have access to the internet within Trinidad and Tobago, which is about around 80%. When we look in terms of the data that we got from our National Financial Inclusion Study, which was done in 2023, just about 60% of the population didn't know how to use digital financial services. They weren't aware, they didn't have any training, so it was very, very funny to kind of see that, while we continue to pursue and invest towards access, education literacy still remains a key priority in terms of making sure that we leave no one behind. And I think Javed also sort of mentioned it as well, and the speaker before him, in terms of, as the internet continues to evolve, all of the capabilities that comes with it. So, probably by 2030, when we get 100% of people online, by that time, what the internet is able to do, if we don't continue to make the investment in literacy and education, you might probably have more and more people actually utilizing it in the way that it was meant to be utilized. So I think those two things need to sort of go hand in hand, because concurrently, when we also looked at that data and realized in terms of the percentage of the population that actually use fintech apps, for example, to transact business, whether it be online payments and mobile banking, and just a kind of Trinidad and Tobago perspective, we are $100 billion personal expenditure. That's the size of our economy, right? And that's not a small number, right? About 20% of that transactions was using mobile banking facilities and so forth. And, the other percentage, just about a little over 20%, was done like over the counters and ATMs and so forth, which means that 60% of transactions are still done traditionally in cash. And, those things tell a number of different stories. And similar to like internet penetration with financial inclusion, access to a ATM, for example, is not limited. I always make this joke, we have more ATMs in Trinidad and Tobago than we have schools, but when you look at the pervasiveness of the infrastructure, I think this goes across the Caribbean. It seems to be more sort of ubiquitous in the developed areas, and there's still very, very low penetration of access in rural areas. Just for example, in San Fernando, the south of this island, persons who were surveyed said that they cannot access a ATM under 30 minutes if they needed to, which is a very, very interesting point of view, right? So meaning that if they had the money, for example, in the financial system, they would not be able to get access to it in case of emergency. They wouldn't be able to find an ATM in 30 minutes. And you see the rise of internet services and the rise of online banking. You see what the global banking industry is sort of going through right now in terms of their whole drive towards more leaner digital business models, actually closing branches and preferring to leverage more technology, which again, it works for the banks. It's providing a better user experience. But again, at the same time, persons are being sort of left behind, those who are not willing to really sort of be on board with that sort of shift. And again, I think the rate of an advancement kind of juxtaposed in terms of the rate of inclusion is really the sort of crevice in terms of where we are sort of focusing on. So, these are the things that us here at the TTIGF, when we start to talk about the financial sector development and the importance of forums like this as it relates to the internet and the future of the internet, and more importantly, what does the next 5 years look like, not just for the world, because, we saw just the other day, nearly $1 trillion was wiped off the capital markets, because China basically built a new AI platform, for cents on the dollar, right? And you're seeing the rapid evolution of how these things are sort of going. So the next 5 years is probably going to look like 30 years compared to the last 5 years, the rate of, how evolution is sort of taking place. And we see the same thing in the financial sector, right? There's now even a greater interest in terms of digital currencies, in terms of cryptocurrencies, all the uncertainty in the financial markets and so forth. So more and more people are looking to online for that sort of freedom. And with that, obviously, it's going to be a lot of confusion. It's going to require a lot of education. Even here locally, every day you have a number of online scams taking place. I think it's to the point now where it's getting so sophisticated, you can't even tell what's real from what isn't real, And I think it's going to be a very tough uphill battle, particularly for agencies like ourselves who are focused on getting people into the financial system with, as I said, the sole goal of basically, you really can't evolve your socioeconomic status if you are not part of the formal financial economy, and that's the whole reason, giving the people the ability to build credit, to build wealth, and again, more importantly, helping Trinidad and Tobago to sort of adopt, the leading models in terms of how, the rest of the world is looking to basically bank the unbanked. We have been working with projects, for example, with Visa International. We just recently, 2 weeks ago, signed a MOU with the Credit Union League, because we believe the credit unions hold a very large value proposition for the society of Trinidad and Tobago. Very interesting. We look at a country like Jamaica, double the population size roughly of Trinidad and Tobago. There are about 45 credit unions. In Trinidad and Tobago, we have about 145. Yeah. And 700,000 persons are members of those credit unions in Trinidad and Tobago, and those credit unions, they hold significant financial assets for the population, right? And they have become what I would call the transactional authority for a lot of citizens. What has not taken place was the whole premise of a credit union was not to be a transactional authority, it was really more to be a store of value, So sort of coincidentally, when you look at credit unions, is they sort of evolve into where crypto is right now, where crypto was really meant to be a store of value, and now you're seeing crypto really being leveraged as a sort of transactional tool. So as I was mentioning, this is one of the sectors we are working with in terms of leveraging that. So, and we have a lot of innovation to sort of come out of that. But again, pleasure to be part of the deliberations. I know I'll be on a panel with a lot of esteemed colleagues. So, happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, John. We've had some really interesting people here giving us a setup to go into our actual panels and so forth. So we're going to take a very short 3-minute break and set up with the new panel, the next panel, which is Artificial Intelligence in Education, Navigating the Future. And we'll be back. 3 minutes. Dr. Garnick and Dr. Hunt, are you okay with your audio?
Just fine.
Yeah?
Just
Dr.
fine.
Hunt?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm good to go.
Okay, great. We're running, right now we're about 5 minutes over before the break. So we'll be back in, ready to go in like 2 minutes, if that's okay.
Okay, sure.
Okay, great. Thanks. Hey, welcome back. And this panel is the Artificial Intelligence in Education, Navigating the Future. And our panelists are Dr. Andrew Hunt, Chairman of the National Institute of Higher Education, Research, Science, and Technology in Trinidad and Tobago, Nehurst, and the UE5 Islands campus.
Yes, you got it.
Okay. And Dr. Lev Garnick, the Chief Information Officer of Arizona State University. And Arizona State University is basically the largest, I believe, university in the United States. I was in Phoenix a couple of months ago, and it really takes over the whole of Arizona almost. It's huge. And both of them have been working in artificial intelligence in the higher education context. So what we're going to be talking about is artificial intelligence transforming education. We want to explore the impacts of AI on the learning system, from redefining learning goals and assessments, the way we teach, what we teach, transforming the role of educators, addressing ethical considerations, and navigating the potential for AI to affect existing educational disparities. How can AI be leveraged to cultivate uniquely human skills such as critical thinking, creativity, and emotional intelligence, and ensure equitable access to quality education for all? So we just give a few ground rules. What we're going to do is we've got three main topics. We'll start with, for each topic, I'll give a brief introduction, and then the panelists will have a moment to speak on that and to present on that, and then we will have a conversation about that, and then we move on to the next topic. So our first topic is beyond algorithms. And right now in education, a lot of people, when ChatGPT came out, everybody got really freaked out about, oh my God, how are we going to know that students aren't using this to cheat and so on and so forth? How is it that they will be writing an essay and so on? And one of the things that really is interesting is, clearly, do we have to change what we teach and what we assess and the way we assess? Because the idea of just shoveling content into people and having them regurgitate it in an essay is really, there's nothing that we can do to prevent students using generative AI to answer those questions. But if we start thinking about dealing with education in a different way, working on critical thinking, working on the uniquely human skills, emotional intelligence, communication, adaptability, then maybe we can start saying, okay, we can't just use AI to answer these types of assessments. So who'd like to go first? Dr. Hunt, or Dr. Garnick? Let me see.
Yeah. Hi.
Dr. Hunt. Let's start with Dr. Hunt.
Hi, good morning. Welcome, everyone. Interestingly, what you said, there is a saying that says that, let me see if I get the correct quote, because it says that if you do not change, let me see it. It's from Susan de Agostino. You are either ready for change or you are a dinosaur. And you know what happened to dinosaurs, right? So with that, AI is here to stay. So I would say the main issue really is how we assess students. We have to change how we assess students. And you were saying that just giving them the information, our examinations, everything is driven by rote memorization. That's what we are good at pushing. and it leads to persons teaching to the test, etc. However, with AI, I think it has provided an opportunity and it acts as a catalyst for us to change how we assess. And I'll give you an example because I will try to give examples that are practical. In the sense of essays, you can no longer ask students to give them a topic and write an essay because they can easily go into artificial intelligence and produce one. What you could do is I am pushing something called error analysis, whereby you can ask AI, you put in your rubric as the instructor, and you ask AI, come up with an essay that will not get full marks will not do very well according to my rubric. And then you take that same essay, you present it to your students, and you ask them to pull out the errors. And when you do that, you take them to one of the highest levels of critical thinking that is so much needed, where the students are able to pull out the errors, say why it's incorrect, and then you ask them to produce an essay that should get full marks. In that way, students are able to conceptualize the work that they learn, and they are really applying it. And it's really called assessment for learning, where the student acts like the teacher. They're thinking like the teacher. They have the rubric, and then they are taking one that is not doing so well and do it. And you can do this in any subject. Any subject you name, you can do it. Even mathematics, which is my area, I love using error analysis. And that's the way you could use AI. And I'm just give you an example of how our assessments can change. It's really about our assessments. And we have to use a lot of things like case study analysis, present a scenario, get students to talk and give their opinions and feedback. And that will help them to think at that higher level where they still have that sense of creativity, but they are guided in the process of coming up with ideas.
Thank you. Dr. Donald?
Well, thanks again for the opportunity to join you. I very much enjoyed the first segment of today's forum, and pleasure to be speaking with you and sharing a little bit about our AI journey here at Arizona State University. And what I propose is just to agree with the thesis that it is actually incumbent upon educators worldwide who are committed to equity and access to be rethinking the ways in which we assess in what is not a coming AI era. The AI era is here. It is just unevenly distributed. And this is sort of one of the central challenges. And if it's all right with you, maybe I'll just take a moment or two, share just a couple of examples of the ways which here at Arizona State University, some of our faculty innovators have already in their very different kinds of disciplines, whether it's mathematics, as you were outlining, or in humanities or in the STEM subjects, are beginning to reconceptualize and redesign their instruction. And as you mentioned, Madam Chair, we actually have a very large university here at ASU. And if it's all right, I'll just take a couple of seconds and just do a bit of sharing with you all here, if that's okay. And if it's all right, hopefully I've got this sorted out here. Trust you can see a little bit of the presentation that's here. Let me know if you can't, and I will just say a word or two about. Here we go. ASU for just a moment. So I mentioned how important it is for educators worldwide who are committed to equity and access. And this is our Arizona State University charter. And you can see just by the highlighted words, we are a public university in this country, but we absolutely measure our success by who we include in our education journey and actually how they succeed. That is sort of central to the Arizona State University principle, and we actually have presence all over the world. Although we're very pleased that you had an opportunity to join us here in Arizona, and invite all of you in Trinidad and Tobago to come visit us as well in the work that we do. And in addition to our size, we're also actually recognized for three very important, in fact, arguably much more important than our size, is that we've recognized for our innovation, our commitments, and our work in sustainability and global impact, really ranking #1 in this country in all of those subjects. And again, very large, nearly 200,000 students. About 65,000 of them are here from the ASU. Importantly, I think to the general idea of our mission and to the things that I know that matter in Trinidad and Tobago, 1 out of every 3 of our undergraduate students are first generation learners. We actually have 18,000 or so veterans who are part of our world, 15,000 international students, the largest Native American indigenous population in the country here at our university. And about half of our students are here on the ground and half of our students are online. And again, our approach to AI comes from our president, Michael Crow, in which I know a lot of universities and colleges around the world are still debating whether or not this is a good thing or not. You can sort of read from President Crow's remarks here that we've already leaned in. For the last 3 years, we've been on a journey to actually accelerate the ways in which we can engage, but through a critical lens, including how to get beyond algorithms, which is, again, obviously what we're talking about. And the way we've approached very briefly our engagement around AI is to focus in on the ways in which AI can be leveraged to advance tomorrow's innovations. We have this idea of responsible innovation built into our DNA. We call it principled innovation, unleashing creativity, making sure that we do so responsibly. And again, this commitment to access, accessible for all. And we have some questions a little bit later on in which I'll give you some examples of the way in which AI in particular, we're focusing in on offline AI to kind of connect the dots between being online, being one of the charters of the forum, and the challenges of education as we speak. And so, as was mentioned just now, OpenAI is really been one of our strategic partners here at ASU. In January of last year, January the 18th, we launched a huge partnership with them. We built an internal grant process with them. It's very similar to the suggestion that was made about having a lab, a AI lab in Trinidad and Tobago. I think this is very important. This is essentially what we've done here at ASU. We actually generated a series of internal grant proposals from our faculty and staff, over 650 of them actually as we speak, and over 400 of them are in flight. And we're doing that together, not only with OpenAI, although predominantly with OpenAI, but all of the both open source as well as the commercially available large language models that are out there. And we've introduced not only tools for our faculty and staff, scaffolded them with support from my team here in our enterprise technology organization, but we've also developed some ASU tools. And just to offer some four very quick examples of the beyond algorithm approach, the idea of rethinking assessment. One of the biggest challenges we all face as educators is around STEM education. And ASU has a fantastic program that we've developed over the actually since COVID, so the last 5 years, really working on an immersive discovery-based experience for STEM education. This one is actually called Dreamscape Learn, and you're all welcome to actually take a look at it online, dreamscapelearn.asu.edu. And it's an immersive, avatar-based AR, VR experience in which we've had about 30,000 of our students go through our biology sequence. This is a biology sequence in an alien zoo that has been created for them. And in this alien zoo here at ASU now, not only do you have a chance with a team to discover ways of saving various challenges that are facing the ecosystem, you also, each individual student has her or his personal AI tutor that sits as an avatar in your own personal biology journey inside the alien zoo for your biology experience. So that, in fact, you can engage with your tutor who is like with you, one of the avatars in this journey experience. And that is proving we have assessment tools that we've developed from the get-go now for 4 years, in which across all of the different ways in which one may measure the challenges of succeeding in STEM education, whether it's across socioeconomic background, cultural backgrounds, prior experience in terms of education, this engagement, this constructive, discovery-based, experientially based education environment is actually across all of those showing significant up to 3 3 grade points. So from a C to an A minus for the laboratory part of the biology sequence. So enormously impactful. And it's the use of the AI of the personalized, individualized avatar, which means that every journey is for every student individually. We also have like a language buddy. So again, instead of drilling and killing around language acquisition, which is what we've done historically for language acquisition, every student in our international languages program, starting with German language, has a individualized AI-powered language buddy. And now every single student who is in that program has an opportunity for 724 personalized feedback from an AI-powered environment. And again, our faculty member, whose name is Christine Reeves, has shown a significant summative assessment value to the use of the AI, because students can constantly be engaging with it, and it's multimodal. It's not simply text-based. So in fact, it's speech-based, and the AI is actually giving feedback on the ways in which students are actually being able to both have the grammatical and conversational AI. Huge focus here, and I know also in your part of the world, on importance of health sciences, and the whole idea of actually using AI here to actually simulate the ways in which patient-provider interactions happen, which are typically textbook-based or then simulated in a traditional typical patient environment, in which the nurse practitioner or the doctor to be actually has a chance to interact with a so-called again, typical patient. In the AI-powered world, we can actually and have created infinite numbers of different kinds of patients who are not only there for a particular experience, but for the duration of the student's experience. They could have different linguistic, socioeconomic backgrounds, different ailments, highly specialized challenges, and an opportunities for Sam, in this case, meeting Sam, who's an AI-powered bot for health sciences, as another example, a completely different orientation to the assessment of whether or not somebody actually has both the subject matter knowledge as well as the bedside manner to actually engage with patients. And then finally, just as another quick example, over 20,000 students a year at ASU have to take our first year writing tools. And this is an area where, not surprisingly, everyone initially 3 years ago or so, when we began our bot journey, and of course 2 years ago when we began our AI journey, really thought that this was going to be the end of the world. People would simply, quote unquote, shortcut or cheat their way into using it. And we've had really a transformational experience here, because we're using the AI toolkit that is available. And it's not just ChatGPT, it's a whole series of tools to actually allow students to use AI to find their own voice, which is, after all, why we ask students to learn how to write, is to find their own voice, and doing it through refining arguments, improving the ways in which they can assess one another's use and of communication skills that are out there, and writing practices, finding the right tone, their tone along the way. And now, a hugely impactful at scale in a way that I think is redefining the way in which we assess our work in this particular important area.
That is like so cool, because we've been hearing about, we get ideas and so on, but to actually see that you guys have been doing some of these things is really very, very interesting. One of the things that happens in Trinidad and Tobago is that we have almost an industry of after-school almost compulsory lessons, because the teachers seem not to be able to get through the syllabus during their official teaching time. And a lot of these are paid extra lessons, which is something that has been discussed. It was on the news already this morning. And I was wondering, how you working in the tertiary education area, but what do you think about these things for primary and secondary schools. How could that work? Some of these types of tools, could those work with primary school and secondary school level teaching and tutoring? So basically, we can use these tools to reduce the amount of extra work that after school work that students have, because they go to school from 8 in the morning to 3 in primary school, and then they still have to stay after school. Their parents pay sometimes, some teachers charge, some people don't, to finish the work. So the children in school for hours extra every day, trying to get, through the syllabus that we have.
Well, yeah, well, yes, I could respond. I just want to share a diagram here with you. Let me see if I can do it quickly. That will kind of conceptualize. I think you all are seeing that. Yes.
Mhm.
Let me bring it here. And right, so you should be seeing this here, which is artificial intelligence in education. And it's a model that we adopted from someone and developed it further, whereby AI, in using AI in education, there are three facets, which is student-facing, teacher-facing, and system-facing. Now, what you are asking is really aligned to the student-facing aspect, whereby students are equipped with the skill set to use AI to develop self-efficacy. And that will obviously push learning outside the classroom. And Dr. Gonik, I am actually I hope I got it correct, your name, pronunciation correct. I was really excited by what you showed at ASU. I hope I probably could escape and come and visit you guys, because it's something I've been advocating, whereby students are given the skills to go outside the classroom using AI with personal tutors that adapt their learning experiences. It understands the interests of the student and it presents the work in such a way. So for example, this could be used with secondary school and primary school students, because I'm currently doing some research with both higher education students and secondary school students, and we even want to extend it to the lower levels, whereby the student get the content that the teacher taught in school, and the teacher provides the platform whereby the student can go home, and using student-facing AI, the student can interact with AI, upload their notes from class, their exercises from class, and utilize something which is important now, prompt engineering, where the AI becomes like this adaptive personal tutor, whereby the student could ask, could you create problems similar to what was addressed in the working class? And it will produce work, and it can even be adaptive in where the student got some questions wrong. It can ask the AI, could you create similar questions to improve my skills? I'm telling you this works because I'm actually doing research with it, and the area that nobody really likes a lot, mathematics. And my students, up to yesterday, I did it with them, whereby part of my teaching session, after we've done the work, I allow them to upload. We use ChatGPT, and they were able to come up with questions, and they got a segment of the lecture whereby they can interact with the AI and have it as though it's a tutor with them. And in collecting data from students, students said they feel they understand the content more. They will even push to ask about content that we have not reached in the syllabus. So there was a question in the chat about STEM areas. AI has become very efficient in giving accurate answers. It has improved significantly since 2022 when ChatGPT came out, and the accuracy is quite good. And even if you teach the students to always test the knowledge, go and look in other places, it builds in them an idea of investigating, research, and there's a passion that develops in them eventually, that the teacher no longer, as we always say, the sage on the stage, but the guide on the side, guiding the students in the classroom and propelling them so in their individual independent study, AI becomes that guide also. It also becomes a resource where they can ask questions. So somebody who asks their AI really becomes like, let's say, a very efficient librarian that can provide answers at will. And you can interact with it in a way, very almost human-like. So in that way, where I show you here student-facing, it's one of the most effective ways whereby students can use AI and it can be applied in education. So with the lessons culture, I think those persons may have to, I may get in trouble, but that's okay. They have to invest their talent somewhere else. Or what persons could try to do is come up with workbooks so that students could have this sort of self-explanatory experience learning. So they could direct their talents there. Dr. Godek, you can go ahead. Add some concept from the US.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an area that I'm all that knowledgeable about in the sense that, K to 12 is not the sector that I know all that much about. And certainly I am very familiar being part of growing up in the British Commonwealth, some of the challenges associated with sort of the tradition of the rigidity of prepping students for through their K to 12 journey. With that said, I'll just reflect on some of the things that very quickly that we have seen here, and you can then decide whether or not there's a future for the traditional tutoring world in your part of the world. We have found the faculty engagement in the tertiary sector very, very enthusiastic on the ability to use AI to create a infinite amount of question bank. In other words, questions that can infinitely be posed against a set curriculum. The truth is, we see here student groups together working to actually design their own question banks as they prep for a formative or summative assessment. And so that is both, I think, a possibility to have a curated, that is to say, tutors using the tools to create a curated question bank to engage students, especially when there are high stakes testing that go on. And in your part of the world, there still are a very important part of the current environment. That is something that can be done by tutors. It can also be done in peer learning between students preparing for exams. And as I say, individual students, we're seeing using it against set curriculum. But we have a huge amount of our curriculum, literally, we are the 5th largest consumer of Zoom minutes in the world across all industries. And what students have begun to do is and again, there's this automated workflow. You can download most any lecture, stream it, transcribe it, and then again have your AI generate questions from the lectures. You can also do that with the integration of PowerPoint presentations, as you were sharing. So students have a lot of agency in this work. And I could imagine that tutors could also, as a profession, become entrepreneurial, if you will, and position themselves for a future by being essentially the curated experts in helping students prepare for high stakes exams.
Yeah, there's one thing that I was wondering though, because teachers are not very adaptable a lot of the time. And that I think might be the issue. How do we get teachers to make these changes? Because I remember when the pandemic came, I was doing some work with teachers moving to online, and some of them, the concept kind of broke them. We had tears, we had people logging off, because it was such a different concept to say, you have to develop work that the student can do at home. And when you have those 3 hours online, because you can't have little kids online from 8 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon. And when you have those few hours online with them, you need to not teach, but explain just find out what their issues are, reteach if necessary, and you need to basically swap your classroom, like a flip classroom. And people really nearly broke down. And is there any, like, y'all have any experience in saying, hey, how do we are there people who, I mean, I know you said, Dr. Gonick, that there are people that your professors rush to use this stuff, they're excited, but the people who aren't, how do you get those on board?
Well, let me just suggest that the pandemic actually was actually an experience that aided Arizona State University in its AI journey, because we did flip. We have 5,600 faculty, teachers, professors here at ASU, and inside of that intense moment, 10 days, 2 weeks, whatever, of the moment before to the moment after, we flipped with 12,000 classes overnight effectively going to online. It helped our faculty, and there were absolutely folks who were broken, to use your language, as part of that experience. But the overwhelming majority of faculty leaned in, and if you fast forward the 3 years through that journey, we have a series which folks can see in the chat. I dropped in the ai.asu.edu piece. There's a series of modules that faculty, with no incentives, in other words, it's not the pandemic that's driving us, nor is there any monetary incentive or any professional reward. Eight modules for faculty from novice to expert to learn how to use AI for their instructional purposes. And we've had over 3,000 of those 5,600 faculty actually work through some part of that experience. And I attribute it to not only their sort of native curiosity, but actually because most of them experience the rapid transition of going from not teaching online to teaching online, and saw this as an opportunity to continue to try to stay ahead of the curve. And there's plenty of cynics, there are critics, there are skeptics among the faculty here. There is a huge challenge with K-12 here in Arizona. We are doing our best to be of service. We have the largest teachers college in the country here at Arizona State University. So I'm not naive to think that just because we have a solid cadre of faculty here at ASU leaning in, that quote unquote the problem can be solved. But there is evidence that there are opportunities to engage, and I do think it's an opportunity really for much as we did early on with internet-based instruction, which again is the overall context of this forum. There were plenty of skeptics early on in that space as well. And from my own experience, having been an early online instructor, peer-to-peer, it's teacher to teacher, that needs to be every bit as importantly engaged as a mandate from the district or for the ministry that you shall. And I think that that's really the power of sort of working together as a community of practice.
Yeah. And yeah, just to add there, I think what I previously showed, the model, I don't know if you could remember, we had teacher facing. And from our experiences, because there are a group of us, we are working, and I'm leading it, where we go to a lot of these Caribbean islands and we are doing the training to get the buying from teachers with the use of artificial intelligence. And trust me, once we take the teacher-facing aspect, showing them how you can effectively come up with lesson plans, you could adapt your lessons plans for differentiated instruction. It can have equity in terms of interest, racial composition, culture. And even tomorrow, I have another workshop. And trust me, usually when we do that, you just see the teachers like the aha moment just going, and everybody wants to try it out. And my colleague here, Dr. Gonick, said something, peer-to-peer interaction. Teachers learn best from each other. They share practitioner knowledge is so important. And what we did, we set up a lot of teams with teachers whereby they work in groups. No longer selfish, but they work in groups, come up with different AI-generated lesson plans, and they use it effectively. And it's good to see when they put in their journals, their reflection. you can see the change, the acceptance. So I think we have to very strategic show teachers, firstly, how it can benefit them in making them even more efficient in their mundane tasks that can be done quickly with AI, and they can focus on really helping individual students' needs. And that can work. And I wanted to share something too when somebody mentioned the lessons culture. One of the things we do in our workshops that I think you all will love, we actually upload a CSEC past paper. And I remember the last one we did was in Jamaica. Upload the CSEC, had students do it, upload the CSEC examination past paper and ask it, could you contextualize and create similar questions? And I remember the question was on bearings in mathematics, and it was very colonial written. And they changed it into you are in Montego Bay, a cruise ship is coming in at this angle. And you could have seen the students' aha moment, like, I could do this math question now. And you saw the teachers like, what? I could make the questions contextualized to my students' interest. And that's the type of learning we want in the classroom, where we can bridge that gap. And the students, if they love Burna Boy, Beyonce, I do it with my students. They put in their interests, and then ChatGPT and other AI would just create, contextualize the work so that they can understand it. And that's the type of things we want happening in the classrooms.
Great. And that kind of leads us into topic number 2, which is ethical dilemmas and global impact. From the side of how do we keep our own culture? Because one of the things, okay, there are a lot of things around here. First, we have ethical considerations, bias, fairness, data privacy, and so on. But there's also something that a lot of, which we will talk about, but there's also something I want to add in that a lot of people really don't think about, which is how do we use AI to push our own culture to our own people? Because as you know, what we consume a lot from the global north, and we are losing language, we're losing cultural appreciation, we're losing a lot of the history and the knowledge that makes us us and not a pale clone of the United States. And AI should be able, if we can train it, we should be able to train it to make sure that it can teach our children and our children's children the information that makes us us. I just saw somebody put in a hashtag Peppa Pig Kids. There are children in Trinidad who swear to God have Australian, British, and American accents.
Yeah.
Because that's what and how can we deal with that? What can AI do? What can we do looking at AI to make sure that we don't have a global digital divide in education, that the systems that we have are not biased against us and our culture, that things are fair, that people aren't stealing our data and sending it off to nefarious places all over the world, and making sure that our Native and First Peoples, Caribbean people, African people are really, we teach what we have ourselves. You want to start, Dr. Garner? You're muted.
Actually, no, I would prefer to defer to Dr. Hunt on this
Okay.
framing of it.
Okay. I think how we fix this, because remember I just gave the example of contextualizing a examination paper, right, to Jamaican culture. Now we all have to remember we have a digital footprint, and some of these, a lot of these technological tools, they are connected. The sites you visit, it picks up on your interests. And we have noticed that when you interact, the students in our classes are saying, when you interact with the AI, eventually it gets used to what you are asking, and it kind of gets that context. Prompt engineering is something that I think is important, whereby we teach students when you're using, or even anyone using AI, how to give certain commands to get the output you want. So a teacher going in and saying, I want an essay on, let's say, Christmas celebration. If you do not specify Christmas celebration in the Caribbean, you have to start to contextualize it. Say in Trinidad and Tobago, give as much information. Think of that you're talking to someone and you give them as much information so you can get the output you want. For example, in some of the AI, they generate pictures. And here's the bias that happens. When I ask for pictures, I have, okay, let me do it quick. Let me see if I can do it quick for you to show you. Let's see if I could pull this up. I think you're seeing this, right? Okay, I'm gonna scroll all the way up here. I asked for a picture on, I asked AI to generate a picture about students in an examination room. I had to be very descriptive. I had to say, I want a mix. I wanted to, and the thing is this, the AI, if it's invented in the US, you have to change your way how you say it. So I had to say African American students. I had to add Caribbean classroom. I had to describe the classroom. Even this, I'm not satisfied with it because I'm seeing a lot of males to the front. And
Yes.
you have to balance it. I want more females. So when I first asked about exam room, this was one picture it brought up. And when I asked for pictures about students doing work, I have to be very specific. If I want to get a certain message, I have to ask African American male student doing math. This doesn't look like a Caribbean dorm room. I would have to prompt further. So this is just showing you how you have to prompt it in a particular way. Let me see if I could find any more where I had to really push. Okay, here is another one. I had to ask, I want a picture about Caribbean students in a classroom. And I had to describe our culture, uniforms, because when I asked it, it gave me pictures of students in the US. So if you understand, I had to really contextualize, describe the Caribbean, and you could see how the picture is looking. I tried my best to describe the school next door to the campus in that way. So this is just showing you how we have to prompt it in a way to get that. Now, our indigenous people and our cultures, we have to be very mindful if you have a certain composition in a classroom as a teacher, because you will have to feed that information so that it can contextualize what you get. And I understand the biases, and we have to see how we can prompt it in a way to give us what we want. I noticed, Dr. Gunnick, when you talked about the tutor, how does the tutors in that program you have adapt to persons of different ethnicities, cultural background, so that it can be relatable to the student in assisting them? So I don't know if that goes along with what you want, Jacqueline. Does that go, Chairperson?
Dr. Morris is my mom. I keep telling. Yeah, there's also one thing where do we have to put that load on the student or the teacher, or can we build our own, can we train our own with our own data and our own information? And I think that's where you're left, right?
I think what we want to do is realize that this topic in general, no one has quite said it, so I'm going to make it explicit. These are such early days. This is the very, very beginning of the AI journey, and what we're seeing in the rush to releasing new large language models is actually obscuring the opportunities and the challenges of creating authentic and meaningful use of the technology. So I'll just give you quick examples of that work. One is, of course, DeepSeek, which is this week's rush to headline coming out of China. is actually obscuring one of the most interesting things that is beginning to emerge in these last day or so, which is understanding that actually DeepSeek is a Middle Kingdom, a Chinese valued large language model.
Yeah.
And so the examples that you gave, Dr. Hunt, which are very informed by the inherent structured bias of the large language models developed in Silicon Valley, are actually, we're beginning to see, at again, it's relatively small, at 6 billion parameters in the DeepSeek model, an opportunity to see that actually values can actually begin to be part of the DNA of an alternative large language model that's out there. So the first is that there should be at some point a call for, and maybe it happens under the Internet Governance Forum or some collaboration that happens between ministries, and perhaps it happens at a regional basis rather than at an individual national basis. And that is to actually, architect the underlying foundational pieces of an authentic and local large language model that will probably continue to require some prompt engineering, as was suggested in one of the chat notes that was just put up. But there is some significant value to be at least exploring that piece of it. The other piece that I'll share with you, and it's our own experience, I was sharing this with the chairwoman in our pre-event chat. 1/3 of all of the landmass here in Arizona is indigenous. We have here 13 sovereign tribes here in Arizona. And certainly Arizona State University has engaged, and we have the largest tribal, again, indigenous persons, First Nations student body in the country. This is a very interesting conversation, though, around the sovereignty of indigenous knowledge. And I totally understand and deeply respect the reluctance of the scholars, the teachers, the tribal elders, and not only their hesitation, but their deep skepticism that this will not be yet another appropriation of their history, of their future, of their traditions, of their culture. And so, there are working collaborations at an international scale among indigenous persons around AI that again, I am an active observer of. And I see that it's appropriate to have and to actually simply be an ally of those who are having those conversations, to realize that it's not an easy easy path forward. The technology would actually be the easiest part of that work going forward. And I think the other piece that maybe if we have a moment, I'd love to share is some thoughts about what do we do around the global impact around the challenge of the 2+ billion humans who actually are not yet online, and this AI challenge that we're on. And I've spent 30 years of my life working on digital inclusion and digital engagement in the inner cities here, and your 20% of folks who have yet to come online is actually much better than here in Arizona. I live in downtown Arizona, a short 3 or 4 kilometers from my home. Is a neighborhood called Maryvale, and 65% of the population has no internet and has never used the internet. And so, the challenge that I am deeply concerned about is that if we're not intentional about how we engage with offline AI education, the gap between the haves and the have-nots will actually not just increase arithmetically, there will actually be geometric impact in terms of the negative and the growing gap between those who can participate in the AI era, the 21st century plus, and their participation not only in the education, but ultimately, in the economy and society, and the inventing of the future, because they will be disadvantaged in significant ways. And so ASU has spent a lot of time, and again, just to give you, maybe if it's all right, one slide to share with you about that program. Is that all right, Chairwoman?
Yeah, absolutely.
I just want to make sure, because I didn't mean to intentionally sort of redirect it or so quickly.
No, because That's fine.
So if it's all right, just this one slide to share with you, because this is a collaboration that ASU has actually driven with industry. Industry right now, at least in our part of the world, is less interested in this question. But individually, people are interested in this huge and important question of the global digital divide between the global South. But what I wanted to share with you is that I've been pushing that we have our own fourth world here in Arizona. And shame on us for saying that somehow we're only the privileged part of it. We carry all the challenges, in fact, maybe arguably systemically even more important challenges, not important, but dire challenges than many other parts of the world. So we have been at ASU driving an initiative called N50, and you can see that online. It's called n50project.org, and it's a collaboration of actually companies that I've helped, or ASU has helped to organize, to really focus in on a series of connectivity issues. So it's informed very much by the things that are of interest to the forum. But I have suggested that we initiate a program called AI for All, which starts with the premise that while we're figuring out how to connect the rest of the 2+ billion people on the planet that don't, it's incumbent upon us to figure out how to get AI to them today. And so we've actually done a series of technical projects with Intel, with an integrator called Worldwide Technologies. Just this past week, we've been working with Google as well to develop essentially a kit, if you will, AI for all in a box that allows us to create libraries for learning, which we've done all over the world, but now embed offline lightweight language models similar to DeepSeek, although we haven't actually used DeepSeek obviously just yet, but several of the small Lambda open source models and curated GPTs for learning, whether those are in math or whether those are in STEM subjects or elsewhere that is there, trying to make them culturally relevant as best as we can. Because again, this is not trying to take the universe of content, but rather a highly curated GPT approach to the libraries that we're developing, focusing in on who will actually be the consumers of this. And so we're focusing in on schools and health clinics and community organizations as kind of the target audience, and engaging them as best as we can with rather modest funds to do that, but then to focus in on the literacy and the workforce training that is required to actually bring people up. And I absolutely resonate and encourage folks to draw inspiration from Dr. Hunt's insight that once exposed, children from 8 to 80, when exposed to the opportunity, it is magic to see people beginning to use these tools, and not just the generative experience that we see using text, but also voice, which is why we've started from the beginning on multilingual pieces, so we actually can have healthcare conversations about, again, healthcare literacy. That is in local languages or speaking between languages, a healthcare professional who speaks in English, and in this community, our fourth world, which is Spanish or any of the indigenous languages, being able to communicate, where only the AI is able to help do the translation in real time between the healthcare professional. You have a translation specialist right in front of you, and of course, the family can help provide additional context if they want to communicate in their vernacular languages. But it's a brilliant way to actually hopefully increase healthcare literacy. It could also be for financial literacy and of course general education literacy. So just an example of ways in which we should all be thinking as we work together on finding out how to connect the last third of humanity to the network, that we do it intentionally to focus in these kinds of projects like AI for All.
Okay, now there is somebody from Guyana, Lance Hines, who I would like to bring in for just a few minutes because he is working on a similar project to what you're talking about with the he'll tell you which native tribe he's working with. So Lance, can you unmute and come on?
Sure, Jackie. Morning, everyone. And I'm quite fascinated with what I saw with the work being done in Arizona, and would really hope at some point to have further discussions about this. In terms of what we've been doing for the past couple of years, we have been working to see how we could use AI tools to help with automated indigenous translation of our languages that we have here. We've got about 12. They're in various forms of, I don't want to use the word extinct, but they're on the threat. Probably a similar experience. A lot of the kids they can speak it, they can't, but they can't read and write it. So those are the challenges that you have in a lot of these communities amongst the 12 tribal languages that we are working with. So we are working really with two of those languages. One is Makushi and the other one is Wapichan. Those are spoken in southern Guyana, and it's really a low-hanging fruit because those are the two that probably have the most documentation as compared to the others. So we started with that. In terms of some of the things that you said, we had to engage in a tremendous amount of consultation with the communities to explain to them what it is that we're trying to do. This is not a money-making venture. It is a research-driven, it's a research project really to ascertain how well technology can help with language revitalization and procreation stability and what have you. So we started doing the work. Of course, we started from nothing. So we have spent the past 2.5 years collecting data. So we have been building sentence pairs between English and Makushi, English and Wapichan, in order to build the data sets so we could build the training data that we need to actually perform the translation and actually do the development for the language portal that we are currently working on. So the protocols of free, prior, and informed consent is something that we had to adapt very early. At every stage of the game, we had to consult. We must keep them abreast. And we also have them participating. So they're actually doing the translations themselves. We are giving them the English sentences. We are giving them the English blocks of text to be able to translate it. And then it is that data that we use and process. So Jackie, if I can show you something quickly, just to show you where we are. Hold on. I think you need to give me access to sharing, Jackie.
I think you should have had that.
Oh, okay, I have it now.
Right.
So if everybody can see, this is the beta version of the application that we are developing. And right now we are still building it. We have somewhere around 15,000 sentences and about 5,000 blocks of text to be able to work with our with our translation project. So right now what you're seeing is a quick translation from English to Makushi. And again, we are building out the information. We are working with the local people to help us with translation. This is raw language, so we are still working through things like local language systems and grammatic rules and what have you. But this is the kind of work that we are doing here. But certainly what we're seeing in Arizona is very interesting and really gives us some ideas in terms of how we could expand that kind of program in our communities. Jackie, I think that should be it.
Thank
Any
you
questions?
very much,
Sure.
Lance. Yeah, did anybody have any questions or comments for Lance? Besides, yeah, we'll talk about this offline, and this sounds like a really good project to get involved in. Okay. And I don't want us to go over time, so I'm going to run on to the last theme that we had started talking about, which was the role of higher education in the advancing responsible technology research and development. Because universities traditionally have been where research happened. in a lot of ways, and where we have ethical guidelines and so forth, and we are not really charging ahead for the money. Now, a lot of AI, because of the cost of developing it so far, has really been a commercial venture from the beginning. And I know, Dr. Gonick, you talked about ASU's connection with OpenAI. And how would more universities be able to, do you have any influence on making sure that there are safeguards, not barriers, but safeguards when people are going ahead with AI research? Or are we just going ahead because the bigger, the faster, the first to market is the one who's going to make the real money?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a really important dynamic, and again, I don't mean to apologize for it, but it is very early days.
Yes.
It is, of course, all of our interest, skepticism, enthusiasm, and everything in between just speaks to everyone's insight as to how, again, disruptive and transformationally, potentially at least, this new technology can be. And I happen to be, obviously, I'm not exactly a techno optimist, and certainly not a techno pessimist. I like to think of myself as a techno pragmatist, and this is why I have the great privilege of the role that I have at the university, because I'm not just buying things. I spend a lot of my time helping to shape the way technology gets utilized in our environment, and in that context, also hopefully with others in my my peers, helping broadly our industry here, and with some degree of understanding and helping on a perhaps international basis as well to some degree. And so, what I would share with you is that at ASU, our relationship with OpenAI it really was a moment back in January of last year to indicate our innovation orientation at ASU. My team supports 46 large language models, four of which are the OpenAI sets of language models that are out there. And part of what we have to understand at this moment in time is that there is an enormous amount of technical energy as well as architecture being spent on these different large language models. And universities, so the tertiary sector in particular, can have significant influence through our research and development operations, through our engineering schools, but also we're finding, again, in the practitioner space, just how much insight can be gained to then help shape the work that gets done either in the open source community, of which we are huge proponents and supporters of, as well as trying our best to engage, and in some ways, and I can say this here, I know we're recording it, but I think I would stand behind this, helping to make sure that industry understands its obligation. Those who are privileged with the billions and maybe now trillions of dollars that are going to get spent on building this infrastructure, that they actually have both a moral and ethical obligation to be thinking about the utilization in safe, secure, private fashion, and not simply first to the ultimate goal that most of the bros and the bromance of the work that's being done in Silicon Valley, which is how to get to this ultimate form of artificially intelligent humanoids that are out there. That's some kind of project that is of interest to some set of humans. It's not particularly of interest to me, nor I don't believe to Arizona State University as a whole, and nor should it be, in my view, at least, to the education sector. So I think we have an opportunity, and this is Thursday. This past Monday, I spent the whole day in San Francisco working with my colleagues at OpenAI and their general manager, for education to try to help inspire them to leverage their technology for good, for education purposes, to help try to make it more available. Today, all of these fantastic examples that Dr. Hunt has shared, these come out of mostly sweat equity. These are not made easy by the vendor community that is out there, proprietary vendors. They actually don't understand how to actually move their product into the education space because the models that they have are models that were pre-AI. That is to say, they were models based on seat time or licensing, and none of that makes any sense in this tool that is basically here for us 24 hours a day, and very, very important for us to certainly be engaged with. So, I spend time with all of the major players. That's part of my obligation. I do it selfishly for ASU because of our commitment to having impact at social scale for everything that we do. And we are not only interested in the big players. I think it's really important to understand the agility that's possible by other companies using open source models. And I'll just point out, and I'll drop in the chat one last very, I think, important new kind of multimodal AI. And again, we haven't spoken about all the different AI models, different kinds of AI that are out there. But obviously the generative text-based one, the voice I implied, multimodal AI is very interesting. And there's a company based out of Los Angeles called FYI, which is easy, FYI.ai. And it's inspired and driven by a cultural icon, which is will.i.am from Black Eyed Peas. And we're working here at ASU from our executive leadership on down in trying to meet learners where they are. And the cultural community has more insight than many, many traditional educators do about how to meet the learners where they are. And so we're very excited about the prospect of working with new entrants, disruptors who are using these tools to for their own interest in creating cultural participants in the economy as founders and not simply as consumer users of the technology, but producers of value in the community. And we want to try to figure out how to harness that for reaching out to even more learners.
Doctor, do you have any? We're running into, I know both of you have work to go to. So do you want to just do a quick thing about UE on this topic, Dr. Hunt, or no?
Yes, the University of the West Indies, as other Caribbean institutions, they are looking into ensuring that we equip teachers, especially other educators within the education sector, about how to effectively use AI. Teachers are in need of a lot of professional development, and this is where a lot of the institutions are positioning themselves. Institutions of higher ed should provide that space where discussions could be held about the ethical use of AI. And the UE 5 Islands campus, they hosted a artificial intelligence conference last year. Hopefully one will come off this year. I could probably put in a plug. Dr. Gutnick, it would be great to have you. So hopefully you could run away to the Caribbean. So I'm putting in that plug there. And it was an excellent opportunity. We had a lot of engagement between industry and academics where they spoke about how they can work collectively to enhance the use of AI, inform persons how it can be used effectively. So that is a way where higher education could position themselves. They can do a lot of the research to show that it can work. The UE 5 Islands campus, they actually have a school of computer science and artificial intelligence. So they are training persons in that field where they can use artificial intelligence to develop our own open access learning models, which is what we need to have in the Caribbean. We are always consumers, but we need to be innovators and creators. There's an excellent group at the University of the West Indies campus in St. Augustine. I think I saw Dr. Addison here. I think that's her. I know she works with a group of them that do excellent work with artificial intelligence and other areas. So that's where those institutions could position themselves. There are other stakeholders here on the platform. I'll put in this plug for you, Jacqueline. Please get on board. Approach one of those institutions. I'm connected to NEHRS. I'm already talking to one of my colleagues. Nihas needs to figure out a way where we can probably provide opportunities for students to engage with artificial intelligence and assist the Ministry of Education in training all our teachers so that they can use teacher-facing AI. And then you have the student-facing AI, and then the system-facing AI is whereby the governing bodies ensure that we have policies to use artificial intelligence effectively. One last thing, somebody asked about plagiarism and so on. Let's get on board. APA has ways where students can use the AI and cite it properly, reference it. Even the University of the West Indies now have an AI policy where you can either allow it in your class or don't. Students can either use it or don't. There are no gray areas. And they also provide a way where students can ethically declare, I have used AI to do this, teaching them prompt engineering. These are the prompts I use, and this is how we would do it in a way that is ethical. AI is here to stay, and we just need to get on board. Okay?
Okay. We have one question. Dev Tilak Singh, who is also on the TTMAC. He is the chair of the Trinidad and Tobago Computer Society. Dev, you want to ask a question?
Well, this is David Antelak saying, I think this is Lance Hines who's wanting to ask the question. But I have a question really, I guess. And I just want to address the privacy issues regarding AI and, how, I mean, yes, it's great of the example of contextualizing, using AI to contextualize and how students are able to use input, but they're giving it, their content, their speech, their so on. How do we ensure that it's not stored in a database, overseas database that's, could be, regurgitated at some later point without even them being aware of it 5 years or later down the road? Thanks.
Yeah, I just want to say Dr. Gonick had to drop off at 11 on the dot. We can go on for a few minutes more, depending on Dr. Hunt's time. I know you had a stop as well because you have students waiting.
Yeah, they're always waiting for help.
Okay. So let's just.
I've seen questions. Can you make some common AI-enabled application used in education? Right. So now,
Okay, hold on one second. Dev, did you get your question answered?
Well, no, I didn't. But
Sorry.
yeah. So the question again is, how do you ensure privacy of the data that's being used by the students, especially when in the context of, especially if being used by primary students, they may not have the necessary consent to, for their voice to be stored and those kinds of things.
Yes, so with that, so I could tell you, for example, Antigua and Barbuda, they are currently drafting an ICT usage policy to protect their students in the schools. So one of the ways that they suggested is ensuring that when they use certain tools within the server, it protects them. There's parental consent and there are other aspects. So yes, we have to protect our students. One way, when they had the session last week, one way they said they can do it is that the students provide the prompts, but the teacher is the one doing the typing, because you have to protect the students. I think it's something that needs to be explored because we all have that digital footprint, and you have to be mindful of what you have out there. You don't want to see it pop up some years, and then persons are collecting information to use to do other stuff. So we have to be mindful when you have students using it. The teacher could act as the person entering the prompts. Let the students, raise their hands, say what the prompt should be. Let the teacher project it on a screen. In that way, the students, their voice and other things are not stored in the system.
Have that good for you?
I think he gave a thumbs up.
Okay, good. And we have a question from Lalu Ramlal about some common AI-enabled applications used in education. Well, from my side, I develop courses. I'm an instructional designer. So I've been using various tools, but honestly, every day there's new tools. So for me, I would say if you can use the basic, if you learn about LLMs and you can use anyone that comes up, because all of the apps and stuff that you see and pay $5 and $10 and $30 and $80 a month for are really just interfaces to an LLM, to a generative AI model. So if you can just, as everybody keeps saying, prompt engineering, you know how to do it. If you learn that, you can pretty much get everything done by picking and choosing an LLM that works best for what it is you want to do. So ChatGPT works really well for some things. Gemini works really well for some things. Claude works really well for some things. So yeah, Notebook LM is really, really good for research, along with Gemini Advanced Research. If you're doing research, like doing your PhD or whatever, that's great. Google Notebook LM is an amazing tool for PhD people, combined with that for research and so on, because you can upload your sources and you can query exactly those sources. You can do things like create a study guide with questions on the topics that were covered in the course. So it works really well. If you're in my area where we're actually creating course materials and creating courses and stuff, we can upload the content, the textbooks, the articles, and so on and so forth, and have the AI basically create a course outline, study materials, scenario questions, basically pretty much anything we want. And then we can pull certain things and say, right, let's use this other AI that's really, really good for doing images, and we can shove it in there.
Yeah.
Andrew, you give it a few.
Yeah, I think so. Well, I use ChatGPT a lot because actually when ChatGPT came out in November 2022, I don't know who got my email. Somebody from their creators wanted a group of educators to do a free training program on how to use it effectively in a classroom. And folks, I was bored, and I find ChatGPT is evolving. It's like a one-stop shop because every day they add new features. As you say, for persons who are doing whatever level, even up to your dissertation, you can use Consensus to do a lit review. There are many things that it could be used for. And I would say explore ChatGPT. Why I push that one, because that's the one most of the students have easily, and they were already using it behind our back. So you kind of teach them how they can use it ethically and effectively. I saw someone, Lance. Yes.
Yeah.
So, thanks. Not so much a question, but to stress that, I can't stress enough the need for us to begin to increase the amount of data we collect in the region, especially as an AI practitioner. We simply don't have enough. We have had to spend at least 2 years or 2.5 years collecting data for the kind of work that we need to do. The tech is fine. But we simply don't have enough data coming out of the region. And what happens sometimes is that even when you use things like ChatGPT and Claude and what have you, and you do searches and you're doing things, sometimes you get information that's not correct because it's kind of collected independently and outside of the region. And one of the things we really have to do is, it's going to mean working together with all the stakeholders, but we need, as a critical action, to really collect data about ourselves, especially in the cultural side in terms of the artifacts and what have you. You're not going to be able to do the work that we need unless we really get a hand in collecting data. Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Agree. And this will be our last question because I've already taken almost all the break and we have the next presenter coming on. Agree. You go ahead.
Uh, two things that I've noticed as when we speak about news and misinformation, some some persons at different times would be able to get the data collected as Lance mentioned that may not necessarily be verified. And I noticed recently Chat GPT started citing the source of the information.
Agree, you're breaking up.
I think
Do you want
I
to just,
think
yeah, we're not hearing you, Agree, you're breaking up. Do you want to just write it real quick?
Off the Caribbean.
I think he was saying that ChatGPT, it
Mhm.
cites source of the information that it is sending in the output. Correct? I agree. I think that's what he's saying. He
Yeah.
could type yes or no.
Right. Yeah. So as true as that is, the issue is sometimes the sources cited on a particular topic is not a verified source. And you see, so for example, if I ask Chat GPT in October a particular question about a historic event in, let's say, Antigua, and I ask them the same uh question in the month of uh January 2025, the 15th, the answer varied, right? Mind you, now they share the source. But what happens if persons were to use that to make any form of informed decision? It does not point back to when it originally believed X and now believe Y, with the additional data being added to the model.
Okay.
That actually is a research citation thing, and it's one of the things that happens when you cite research that's online, because you can a web page that you see today could disappear tomorrow. So you cite what you see at the time, and you print a copy or PDF a copy of the page where you're getting that information at the time, so that when you cite it, you cite a particular page on a particular day and time. And that's just a research thing. But I do have to stop now because we are 1 minute into the time for the next panel. I mean, we pulled back some time for the next presentation. So I want to thank you, Dr. Hunt, and everyone who attended. I hope it was interesting and useful. And that was the end of the Artificial Intelligence and Education panel. And you can contact us with any additional questions, and we'll try and get on to you after the panel. Okay? Thank you so much. So, I don't. And shall we go right into your next panel, your next presentation, Ashmal, or do you want to give people a 1 minute, 2 minute break?
We can give them a 2 minute break. That's
Okay.
fine.
So we'll have a 2 minute break, and then we will be back with Ashmal Nasir, Director of TTMAG, talking about cybersecurity in Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you. Hey, good morning, everyone. And we are back with the presentation on cybersecurity in Trinidad and Tobago, presented by Ajmal Nasir, who is director of the TTIGF, the Trinidad and Tobago Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, those of us who are bringing this to you today. Ajmal is a renowned cybersecurity expert with over 3 decades of industry experience, celebrated for his profound contributions to cybersecurity, governance, and digital transformation. His extensive expertise and leadership have earned him a place on the board of directors for the ISC2 Caribbean chapter, where he plays a pivotal role in advancing cybersecurity initiatives across the region. And Ajmal will make a presentation. It's not a panel. He'll tell you what he's gonna do. So Ajmal, you can take it away. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that, Jackie. Just want to make sure you can hear me.
Yes, you can.
Okay, excellent. So thanks for that, Jackie. And good morning, everyone. Just want to say thanks to the previous panelist. Definitely enjoyed it. I've got a triple sort of interest in that AI, one from a technology perspective, using it for business. And then obviously cybersecurity. It opens up a whole new world when it comes to cybersecurity, not only from the terms of how secure are these actual models, and then can they be used maliciously? And if you've been watching what's been going on over the last week or so with the release of DeepSeek R1, and you happen to be in the cybersecurity, there'll be a lot of interesting stuff that's going on there. And then finally, I've got small kids, so AI and teaching and tutoring, what the AI could potentially mean for them in the next few years. Keeping my eyes and ears open for it. So what I'm going to do is just share my screen. Can the host give me permission to share the screen, please? I've put a presentation together while I get permission to be able to share it with you. I put a presentation together to cover a number of topics when it comes to cybersecurity. I've specifically targeted them to Trinidad and Tobago and let's say the Caribbean region, but Trinidad and Tobago based on what we've been seeing in the last year and a half. And I wanted to address some points, clarify there's some misconceptions, there's a lot of buzzwords that are being thrown around, and where I agree on some stuff, I disagree. Let me just share. Yeah. So where I agree on some aspects and disagree on others, I'm just going to share some points. There'll be a section at the end for question and answers. If I do my job well and there are no questions, I don't know if that's a good job or a bad job, but I do have a couple of topics that I might just throw in at the end, some new stuff that's going on. One is the 42001 ISO standard. And secondly is something called DORA that came into play, I think about a week ago, 15th of January. I've kept it, I mean, it's each one of these topics is huge. We can spend a whole day discussing, or even a week, each one of these. Obviously, we don't have that much time. And I don't want to get too much into the technical details. I'm going to issue pertinent points so that everyone in the audience can take something down. I suggest you take some notes, write down some buzzwords as well as I throw them out. And then when you're talking internally, you can bring them up just to steer conversations internally, and you know where to look and research. Right, so bit of background, 30 years of experience, done software development, done network engineering for extensive period, worked out in the 7 layers, worked out every single one of those layers, doing a lot of stuff in actual software development as well as cybersecurity now. And along the way, I've collected some badges, and the two ones that are more pertinent to today's discussion is that I am an ISO 27001 lead implementer and a lead auditor, and I'm working through my 42001 for the cybersecurity. Right, so the agenda is I'm going to cover the standards, the main three standards that I keep hearing about in Trinidad, and I think they're the right ones that we should be talking about are the 853, which is from NIST, the CSF, which is also NIST, and then the ISO 27001. I'm going to bring in COBIT. It has come up a couple of times, not too much, but I think it's a nice little addition for you to throw it in there. I don't think it's going to be relevant for a lot of people, but I'll introduce it so you know where it stands. We'll look at some maturity models that work alongside these standards. I'll introduce you to MITRE ATT&CK if you don't know, and then some tools out there by the OWASP group. I want to talk about WordPress. I've got some strong feelings on that. It could be controversial, but I'll share with you my position on WordPress. .tt domain, and a couple of things that I think you should be aware of that could help from the cybersecurity conscious people when you're with the .tt or the way that they operate, which makes it more trusted. And then another thing that keeps coming up in articles and the news is a SOC, a Security Operations Center, and that is a huge undertaking. It's important, and I'm just going to shed some light into what a SOC actually means and what level of involvement or resource investment it requires. We can go into the Q&A then, and if we have time, I can spend 5 minutes on 42001 and DORA. So I'm going to get into standards and frameworks. As I mentioned before, there are three main standards when it comes to cybersecurity that are widely used, and we're going to be talking about them, which is the ISO 27001 and ISO 27002. Then you got the NIST 853, which comes in three different flavors. There's a low, medium, and a high. There's the NIST CSF 2.0. 2.0 was released probably, I think, about a year ago now. It was upgraded from version 1. Version 1 had like 5 functions, and then they introduced the 6th function, which is governance, which used to be embedded in one of the previous 5. So they just took it out and made a separate function of the COBIT. I'm not going to talk about SCF in detail, but I'm going to just mention it, which is the Secure Controls Framework, which is also out there, and I'll reference to it so you can get an idea of where it sits in with those. So I want to compare the different frameworks quickly so you understand where they sit, and then I'll bring up some key points on these. Right. So the NIST CSF is the cybersecurity framework. It comes from NIST, and it was born from the fact that NIST 853 is complex. So it's targeted for large organizations. Primarily, it was introduced by the US government, and it was targeted to US federal agencies and anyone that is doing work with the US federal agencies. And then what happened was 853 started to get adopted into the private sector. They sort of generalized it, made it more applicable to other areas as well. And again, because it was complex, it was being used, or it only made sense for the larger companies. It was too much of an undertaking for the smaller organizations, and hence there was a need for something that is lightweight, and that's what CSF is. It's a lightweight of 853. It's good. It's for small organizations. It's fantastic. It gets you onto the roadmap, but it is for small companies. And then you got the ISO 27001, which sort of competes against 853. I'd say it competes against 853 medium level. The high level is for, I guess, if you're doing some military contracts and stuff like that, then they're probably going to push you towards requiring 853 high. Both the 27001 and CSF are risk-based approach. There's been two sort of different methodologies in the past on how to approach cybersecurity. One is from an asset-based approach. So you look at all your assets, and then you basically say, right, this asset is exposed to these risks. And you look at it from that way. The other way you look at it is you look at what are the risks, and then you say, okay, look, which are the assets we need to look at that could be exposed to those risks. Risk-based approach just requires a little bit more higher level of understanding. The practitioner needs to be more skilled and more experienced to apply it more effectively. It is the better approach from history or from usage. They're saying that it produces better results. Both of these approaches can be done in a qualitative and quantitative, and usually you do them in both manners. And now there has been a trend to say, look, we should be using a risk or an asset-based approach, but we should be looking at what the actual, let's say, hackers or the nefarious players are doing, which is looking at the tactics, techniques, and procedures, which is the TTIGF sort of framework, which goes into MITRE, which we'll get into a little later on, which they're claiming is producing the best results. So the adoption, the ISO is a global standard, whereas the 853 is mainly for the US federal agencies or is US centric, and the CSF is both private and public. They're all customizable, even though I've got 853 as highly detailed. When I say highly detailed, it's because if you look at the structure, which is point 2, it's a control-based framework or a list of controls. So last time I checked, I think there was about 400 different controls that they ask you to look at, and they split them up into different families. So they'll say access control, redundancy, backups, change management type of thing. So those are the controls that you put in place, whereas the ISO and the CSF, they are more process-based, and control is one aspect. So they basically will look at the governance, they look at your maturity, they will look for evidence of you doing your own internal audits and external audits, and not just trying to put in controls. The ISO 27001, they do list, I think it's 93 controls, if I remember correctly, which are in the ISO 27002 document, which is a guideline or is an annex to 27001. So again, just want to clarify that point because I've had discussions with a lot of people on that. The actual standard is ISO 27001. That is the standard that you get certified by. 27002 is an annex to 27001. It's a guideline, it's not mandatory. It lists 93 controls that they ask you to look at. You can look at those controls, but if you decide not to, you can go with something else. You could take your control swap at 853, or you can go to CSF, which is a group of industry professionals that have come together and they put this security control framework. And last time I checked, which was about 6 months ago, they had something like 4,000 controls, right? Very complex. You really need to know what you're doing, but obviously very effective. But it is complementary. You could use that part of 27001, right? So 27001 is a process-based approach. From a compliance perspective, the CSF is voluntary in the US. 853 is a compliance-driven, which means you do and you sort of say, yeah, we comply with 853. You can get an audit from outside. There are no specific auditing bodies as such, but you could probably go to an independent person, someone like, I don't know, PwC, Deloitte, or something like that, and ask them to audit. I'm sure you can get other companies, but they will do their audit based on what they think they should be doing. There is no international or consistent way of auditing for 853. The 27001 is different. It's ISO, so it's certifiable. There's a full structure on how it gets certified, and because of that, there's consistency globally. Okay, so why TNT should choose 2001? And I'm a supporter of 2001. And it's not because I've invested the time to get those certifications. It's because I think it's more practical for us. So 27001 is global. So I didn't put CSF on there because I think CSF is targeted for smaller companies, which in Trinidad, which is fine. I don't think CSF really competes against 27001. The real discussion is, should you go with 27001 or 853? Now, at a national level, when we're trying to push out some sort of common standard to get everyone else on board, and if the regulators are looking to say, look, we're going to have mandatory compliance, then, I'm saying, look, you want to go with 27001 because it's comprehensive and it will take care of and give you what you actually want. Some sort of confidence that whoever holds this certificate has reached a certain level of security maturity. Now, 853 is US-centric, whereas 27,000 is internationally recognized. Certification, 27,001 is certifiable. So I think that is important if you are asking companies from a national level, the important companies, the bigger companies, that look, we need some sort of assurance that you've got your cybersecurity in order and you've got the right sort of governance procedures, guidelines in place. Then you want certification, and you want a certification from a reliable body that everybody will recognize. 853 is not certifiable. So once you're 27,001 certifiable, then once our organizations or you as a company are dealing with companies around the world, and supply chain risk is a big thing, it is very feasible that they're going to likely to ask you for some sort of certification. And if you can say, look, I'm 27,001 certified, they don't need to really figure out if ISO is a recognized body or if they can trust it, right? It is trusted and it will be accepted. 27,001 is more flexible than 853. It takes into consideration the fact that you may have your own local laws, guideline, industry practices, and incorporates them very easily and fluidly into 27,001. It's a more holistic approach, international compliance, and there's a ongoing improvement built into the 27,001, which is, we'll talk about the capacity and maturity. Now, outside of this, my position is that, look, if we adopt the 27,001 or we encourage organizations and regulators to adopt the 27,001, there is a huge ecosystem that we can take benefit of. There are toolkits out there, there are practitioners out there, and the cost of getting hold of those toolkits is going to be low. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We can leapfrog a lot of elements if we're adopting 27,001. If people are training in 2001 and understanding and the practitioners are putting in the time and effort, those skills are going to be internationally transferable. So it makes sense from all aspects to go with 27,001. And as the 27,001 evolves at a global level, we get to benefit. Now, just two things. Recently, I think Central Bank had issued some guidelines out for the insurance industry, and I was contacted by a couple of insurance companies. We had a look at them, and they, in my opinion, were based around the CSF, which I thought wasn't the right standard that they should have gone with, although they didn't specifically come out and say that this is a CSF. They modeled the functions around the CSF. In my opinion, they should have just gone with 27,001. Recently, there was an RFP out by TAP from the telecom sector. I did respond to it, and they do seem to be going down the 27,001, which is good, full in support of that. And then also I've been hearing from the the government, I think the MDT and iGov, I think they're looking at 27,001 as well, which I think is the right thing to do. Right. So let me bring in COBIT at this stage. So this is going to look complicated, but basically, whereas these other frameworks we're talking about, they are cybersecurity centric, COBIT is information technology. So it deals with your service delivery, your monitoring, your design, your planning, your strategy and everything. And cybersecurity is one small element of it. So COBIT is huge. It's for very large organizations. You could argue it's for governments. It's definitely for group companies that have got multiple entities, divisions, locations, and even I'd say that are multinational. And it's for them, how do they manage their technology, their enterprise technology? And that's where COBIT comes in. It's huge. Some people have said that it's a framework of frameworks. It's a large framework. So to example of a cybersecurity, you've got it here on the right-hand side, on the blue and the green, you've got the ISO 27000 family, you got NIST, CSF could sit in there. So these are complementary. If you are going with COBIT, if you're a large organization and it makes sense and you justify it, you go with COBIT to do your technology, and then you say within that technology, specifically to address my cybersecurity, we're going to use the 27001 or the 853 framework, and they're compatible. They're aligned. And they've actually done the mappings from within COBIT to each one of these frameworks. The other one that's quite heavily used by some organizations in locally and internationally is ITIL. So ITIL is its own framework for service delivery. The equivalent is the ISO 27000. But again, those frameworks can sit into COBIT. So I'm not going to go through all of these kind of things, but COBIT is a framework of frameworks. If you're using COBIT, then basically you will also use other frameworks within inside COBIT. Just going to quickly run through this. It's based on like 9 principles. 6 of those are governance systems and 3 are frameworks. That then breaks down into next, which are your 40 different objectives. And it goes from governance, it goes from business strategy, and it goes into all these different sort of sections in there. This wheel has got 21, so there's this 7 the cycle is they've got these 7 sections and 3 layers, and you basically go in a circle in each one of these layers, and each time you're doing an iteration, you're just increasing your maturity levels. And down here, you've got like a workbook toolkit that's out there for COBIT. It's extensive. So again, I'll say, look, tread lightly. Be sure that it makes sense for you. It takes a long time to mature. So 2 of the things that you may come up with when you're doing these frameworks and you're coming up with these standards, and these are common sense. One is that, look, you're not going to get this right the first time round with anything, whether you're doing software development, where you're designing anything, you're building anything. You're going to do something, you're going to make mistakes. And the second version of that, you're going to fix those issues, make enhancements, increase the complexity, learn from what you've done before. So it's a cyclical sort of iteration approach, and that's what they've got here. So all of these frameworks, and let's say even things like ISO 9001 or any reasonable approach would be that, look, they've got some form of this. You plan, you do it, you check, monitor, make these assessments, and then you act on the changes, and then you go back into the phase. And each time you go through these circles, the product just improves, right? So you've got this cyclical approach, which is built into obviously ISO 27001. If you're going for the certification, they're actually going to ask for this, and they're going to look for evidence, documentation that you're doing this. And then alongside that, as you're doing that, on the left-hand side, you've got these capability and maturity models that keep coming up. And again, it's a case of, look, guys, the longer you do this, the better you will become. And the idea is that you're gonna climb up these levels. So you start with the initial, and part of your action plan is going to be that, okay, look, we're going to spend 6 months to get to the managed state. So it could take you 6 months to go from initial to managed. It might take you a year to go from managed to defined. It could take you 3 years to go from defined to measured. And it could take 5 years to go from measured to optimized. So it's a long commitment. It becomes part of the culture, the fabric of an organization when you put this in. And that's when you start to really see competitive benefits that start adding value to your bottom line. So it is a long journey, but that's what that's a key component of there. And there are CMMI framework that itself is a framework and a model on its own, which works with these standards. All right, so now we're going to move into the next section. I'm going to introduce you to MITRE ATT&CK and OWASP. There are a lot of tools out there, but from a cybersecurity perspective, I think certainly the practitioners, the technical guys, the cybersecurity guys should be aware of this. It should be your bread and butter. But if you're in management and you're talking to your team, then just be aware of these two things and just make sure that somebody in your team has an appreciation of these, right? So they're related to software development. So 80% of the cyber attacks target software vulnerabilities, right? Now, when they attack your firewall, it's the software, it's the firmware they're attacking. When they're attacking your routers, it's the software, firmware, right? When they're not attacking software, it is like someone's going to physically go into your data center and probably take out a hard drive or do some malicious attack kind of thing. So hence, it makes sense that 80% they're going to be remote. It's going to have to be some form of software. And most of that is come down to bad coding practices. Is either developers being lazy, but I think it's more not having the experience or the depth and not using the appropriate tools and the frameworks, maybe not being aware of them, especially when it comes to security. And, in that sense, I'll say developers are the first line of defense. I'm sure I've got some colleagues out there saying, no, right, the people and training the people up on social awareness kind of attacks from phishing attacks, that the human firewall is the first line of defense. But I guess that the first line of defense, depending on which way you look at it, from a technical perspective, pure technical, then yeah, developers. But from the user's perspective, then yeah, obviously the users. OWASP. So specifically for web applications, as more and more applications are moving towards the web, and those web applications are becoming a lot more functional, a lot more integrated, they talk to your databases and your internal systems, then web applications are a big exposure and a big entry point for hackers, especially when they can do it remotely. So OWASP, a non-profit organization, come together by some industry professionals called OWASP, put together like their top 10. Now, they talk about the top 10, but they probably got 20, 30, 50 different type of sort of attacks that are common. And every few years, they're watching and they're basically gathering information and seeing which are the top attacks. And in 2021, we had this, and in 2025, we had this. So you see, not a lot has changed in the top. Broken access control is still a big one. Cryptographic failures, which I'm going to touch on in a bit. Injection. So when you see this cross-site, blind injection, SQL injection, that's all that stuff there. Insecure design has moved. So I don't know if we've got better at doing it, but security misconfiguration came up. But not a lot of change. They move up and down. I see supply chain has come into it, which makes all sense as we move more and more towards outsourcing. But this is something that you need to look at. Tells you where you should focus, but also they've got a lot of tools. ZAP is one of them that can help you to test, manage, guide, and tell you how to fix your problems. One of the issues is that web application developers will develop webs. They will not have appreciation of the underlying cybersecurity aspects of things. And that's where OWASP can really assist the developers and just say, hey guys, just put this stuff in, and they explain it. They give you sample code to be able to fix a lot of that stuff. MITRE ATT&CK. Absolutely fantastic framework. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Right. So MITRE ATT&CK framework, again, another non-profit organization, but these guys have been studying over time actual attacks that have been carried out by these nefarious groups. So they basically track these ATPs, they study them, and they see what they're doing. They're looking at the sequence of events. Okay, look, they did this first, then they did this, then they did this, they did privilege escalation, they then did some lateral movement. They were looking at Procman, they were looking at these APIs. This is the command that they used. And they go into deep level and they look for these patterns, and they've been mapping them into this huge framework. And then you're building certain tools out of this. Now, I'm gonna just see if I can show you something. Right. Just want to check. You guys can see my browser?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, cool. So if you guys search for MITRE ATT&CK Navigator, so Navigator is a tool that is open source kind of stuff. So if you search for it, you'll get a hit. MITRE Navigator will take you to the GitHub page, and you can go here, hopefully. Right. So this is on GitHub. You can download it. You can download it, install it on your own instance. I'm just going to use this on the fly. The main difference is the fact that if I make any changes, I can't save anything on this. It's just sort of dynamic real time. But if you had your own instance, private instance, then you can load it with information and even private secure information and build out maps and stuff like that. So going to the navigator, we're just going to create a new layer, and we're going to go with the enterprise attack. Right? I'm not going to get into this. It's fairly complex. But here, they're basically telling you about all the different techniques that are being used, how a threat actor may come in and go through. And if they want to do defense evasion, there's 44 different techniques. You can go and highlight these techniques to map. You can right click, go down here. And if you want to view a technique, then it's going to take us in, and it'll give you all these information down here. It'll tell you what the platforms, the permissions are using. These are the procedures, so you can go into very detail and understand how these are doing, how these are being used, what groups are using them, and even mitigation strategies and detection. So obviously detection, how do you detect against these? So if you go into the detection, you'll say, okay, look, detection is DS0026. You click on that, and it will come in, and it will basically start going in, and it will tell you, okay, look, this is the way that you want to be able to detect this. So it's very detailed, very useful. If you've got a cybersecurity team, this should be their bread and butter. If you've got a red team, then your red team should be looking at this and planning your attacks, and your blue team should be looking at this to basically planning your defenses. Right, so I'm going to go back here. Right, so this is where you can color it and stuff like that. You can mark what is important, what is not important over here. Right, best practices when it comes to your software development. Input validation. Right, can't say this enough. The number of times I come across this where insufficient or lack of input validation. So when you see these forms, it could be just a contact us form, or you're filling in a form when you're making an application for something. You need to do input validation. That's an entry point for people putting in malicious codes, malicious code or doing some buffer overflow kind of sort of attacks on you. But input validation, sometimes people do it, but they only do it on the client side. Any type of input validation you do on the client side can be bypassed because the attacker or the user is going to have control of their own browser. So whatever the browser is doing, they can get past that and they can send information down to the server. So definitely do it on the input side or on the client side, but you have to do it on the server side as well, right? Because server side is something that's in your control and it's much more difficult for the attacker to get past that. Implement that least privilege principle, secure authentication and authorization. That's where your multi-factors come in, your role-based access control, parameterized queries. So, if you've got databases, it's a case of, look, how you're extracting that data from that database. And this goes in line with input validation. So a lot of the times, if you're not using parameterized queries, then you can manipulate input validation and it will basically go and insert some stuff into the query. But if you've got parameterized queries, then you can protect against that one particular factor that is open to input validation. Secure APIs, again, I see too many times where APIs are not secure and they can basically be bypassed to get open data from the backend database. Error handling, sometimes when you go to a website, you do something and you get an error and it throws out a lot of rubbish to you. It may not mean anything to the average user, but to a hacker, that is valuable information. It's telling you what queries, what functions you're doing, what variables you're passing, what it's expecting, what it's not expecting, kind of thing. And then they can basically build a whole profile of what's going on underneath to be able to get past your controls. It comes down to shift left design. So if you think about software development as a line, and on the left-hand side is where you come up with the idea, you do a feasibility study, you do design, you get your budget, you put your team together, start designing. And as you start moving towards the right, then you get closer and closer to the completion. Shift to left means, look, from a cybersecurity perspective or from security perspective, shift to the left. Introduced security as early as possible into that cycle. It makes sense. Okay, SSL and TLS, right? So SSL is what it used to be called. Now it's called TLS, but everyone calls it still SSL/TLS certificates. So when you are on your browser and you see that little lock in the URL window, which is telling you, okay, look, this site is encrypted or the traffic is going back and forth, is encrypted. All that's telling you is that someone has enabled a cipher suite, right? So just because you're seeing a lock there does not mean that your traffic or information being exchanged is fully secure. It's not one piece of encryption that's going on, it's a suite, right? So they call it a cipher suite. It's got like 5 or 6 technologies in there. And this is sort of a breakdown of what we've got there. So, you got the ECTH, that's your key exchange. So just very quickly, if you go to a website, the server and your browser need to sort of set up this session and have a secure session. So they're going to introduce some keys, public-private keys, and those keys need to be exchanged. So both parties have got those keys so they can unlock. And that's what the key generation is, or the first part. So you need to generate these keys. For those that are more familiar with these technologies, that's the Diffie-Hellman, and the EC is the elliptic curve that was introduced recently. So you get these keys exchange that you need to do. You need to sign them, and that's where your signature comes in, which is your DSA. So now you've got your keys, you've signed them, you've exchanged them, and as you are now transmitting the data, that's where your bulk encryption is coming of the data, and that's your AES 256 stuff. It used to be DSA or triple DES 128 256 kind of thing. Higher that number is, the more you can argue secure it is, but it also requires more computation. But 256 is fine. It's accepted by the US NSA right now, so you're pretty safe if you go with that. Message authentication. That just is an integrity check. So once the message gets to the other side, then you can just do a hashing function and just make sure that it hasn't been tampered with. And the message that you got is what was actually sent from originally. Now, on the left-hand side, you can have these combinations. Last time I was looking at something, I was reading somebody saying that there's over like 200 combinations. Not all 200 of them are secure. So you can see here an example. So you got the guys at the top that are not secure, and the guys at the bottom are secure. But if you did use the guys at the top, you will get a green sort of padlock turning up on your URL to say that, look, encryption is being used. So be careful, just double check. It's very easy to check. There's a lot of tools out there. There may be some free tools out there. Point them to your website and it will just tell you to whether your encryption suite that you're being used is secure. Or you could get yourself into a bit of a bother. Right, WordPress. So I want to talk about WordPress because it's used quite a lot, not only globally, but in Trinidad. And I'd say it's been overused. I think in my view, it's an example of, once you got a hammer, everything looks like nail. And that's what WordPress is. The, original inception of WordPress came where you had these creative people that were writing these blogs. And there was dynamic content, so they want to write blogs all the time, and it was too costly to pay a developer to develop every time they wrote this blog. So they wrote this framework, came along for these blog writers where they could easily change the content based in that template. And it made it more dynamic and stuff. And that's where it came. And then somebody said, okay, it'd be good to have a table. So they created a little plugin that allowed you to have a table, created some sort of like Elementor or some table structure that allow you to create columns and rows and put images. And it just carried on. Then you brought in these trackers and some connectors to database. But that's where all these plugins came. But because it was open, anybody could write these plugins, and everybody did write these plugins. They're not very heavily tested. Some of them are, some of them are not. And that's where the problem lies. It's not sort of regulated. It's not really tested. It's a bit of the Wild West. And then a lot of people will install these plugins and not fully understand them. Frequently, if you look at it, there's a lot of vulnerabilities in plugins. I do use WordPress. There is a place for it. Sometimes it's just easy to say, look, I'm going to get a WordPress theme. We are guilty of it. I do it. We have been hit by it. We have had pages defaced, kind of thing. But we will not use it on anything that's got a database, anything that is sensitive. But if we need to do something that's just something quick, need to get a website up, needs to look pretty, then fine, we'll use WordPress. We are aware of those risks. We don't like it. And we do try to lock it down. But it's got a whole set of problems. And from the attacker's perspective, because so many people use it, it makes time for them to invest their time and effort into figuring out what plugins are popular, what plugins are broken. And again, look, it's a very dynamic environment. Something that is secure today may not be secure tomorrow. Now, because WordPress makes it so easy, you download a theme and you put it on. Not all, but a lot of people, they're coming from the creative side. They figure out how to use WordPress and they're installing them, and they may not have the deeper level appreciations of security, and they may not lock it down, even when WordPress allows you to lock it down or gives you the ability to lock it down, right? They're not being locked down. And then they're not being upgraded or maintained, because the other issue is a lot of companies will say, yeah, we want WordPress because it's cheap. Cheap is because there's a lot of themes out there. You can get a lot of the stuff, and from the developer's perspective, they can put up a WordPress within a few days, and hence they don't need to charge their client a lot. But it requires ongoing maintenance, and the developers that could be more than capable will say, look, guys, we need to maintain these, make sure it's secure. But it's one of those things where the payer may not see value because he's not seeing anything's happening. Right, and they decide not to pay, and then over time they're basically opening themselves up to getting attacked. And in that case, it's just a matter of time. You will get attacked. It could be 3 months, 6 months, a year, 2 years. You will get attacked, right? Yeah, the best case is that they're just going to deface your website. Worst case is they can sit there, harvest information, take passwords, especially if you're using, e-commerce stuff or you're doing payments. Recently, there was an e-commerce plugin from WooCommerce that was exposed quite heavily, and that is a huge company, and I would have expected them to be secure. So I don't like WordPress. I'll say, look, stay away from it. Couple of alternatives, but it does require. It's more expensive, requires a high level of skill set. But you got Laravel, which is PHP. WordPress is PHP as well, but they've been moving across to JavaScript. I think it's fully JavaScript now. Could be wrong. I was watching an interview from Automatic, the CEO, and they were saying that they'd been migrating across to JavaScript for a long time, and I think they've finally done everything across to JavaScript. But I could be wrong there. Angular, JavaScript is an enterprise framework, React. So when people talk about JavaScript, they normally talk about React mainly, and less about Angular. Angular is more robust, is more enterprise standard. React is a library, it's not a framework. So you got to be careful with React. It's got some of those same issues of those libraries get updated, or you need to constantly update them. So just be aware of that. Sometimes quicker and cheaper to get started doesn't really work out, because you end up spending more time in patching, upgrading, maintaining when you look at the total cost of ownership. Wix, I think, it may cost more, it may be limited, but for certain applications from a cybersecurity, I think it's a better option than WordPress. They've got a more controlled environment. From that. Now, obviously, when it becomes static, it's like images, not exactly images, but it's like images. So you would lose functionality if there was some complex functionality going on. And the other thing that I think everyone should be playing around with, or will be playing around with, is low code, no code, and AI development. Now, the advantage of that, and there are a lot of disadvantages to it as well, but it is the future. They're getting better. I've been using it for the last year or two, and every month they're releasing new features. They're becoming very powerful, but they give you structured code. They bake in all the good practices and stuff. So from a cybersecurity perspective, I think it's a better environment. And they're becoming more and more powerful, so you should be able to do more and more stuff in these low-code, no-code platforms. AI is early, but the speed at which it's developing is absolutely shocking. So things for you to consider there. Okay, I want to mention TT in light of, I think in the last 2 or 3 months, we saw some hijacking where some emails were sent out asking people to click on links for local companies, and the domain name had been hijacked. So one thing you can do is, if you use .tt domain, you get some free security. And I say free security, it's free security because of their strict governance structure in the way that they do certain things. First, they're using DNSSEC. Not all the LTDs out there, the top level domains, are using DNSSEC. They should be, but TTNIC are using it on .tt, which means it becomes harder for people to hijack the DNS or the lookup. You can always check back and make sure that it's authentic coming from the root server. Now, from the trusted domains, typo squatting and clickjacking. So let me just quickly run. You got an example there. Look, you got Google, Google. So someone's mistyped in Google, and hackers would go and register that. Amazon, they put in an O, they put in a 0 instead of an O, and they will probably just send or embed that in an email link in a phishing attack, and somebody's just going to go click it. So that's not someone mistyping, because it's highly unlikely you're going to mistype a 0 or misspell with a 0, although they are next to the keyboard, so you could accidentally, hit 0 instead of an O when you're typing in Amazon. But these are good for or used where you hide them inside your links. And then on the right-hand side, you've got these homograph attacks, which are more harder to do. You require a bit more control to be able to pull them off, but you use characters using different character standards and sets, and where the domain could look absolutely identical to the eye, but in the background, because it's using different character format, it's actually a different domain. So you could be thinking that you're going to Amazon, but you get redirected to somebody else. But they're harder to pull off, but it is possible, and we have seen them in there, and people have been attacked by those. Now, a simple thing, right? If you look at these Google, Amazon, Facebook, if these were .tt domain, the chances of you getting a GOGLE.tt domain would be extremely low. I'll go as far as saying like impossible. And that is because before TTIGF gives out a domain, they manually verify it, they look at it. So even if we take an example of let's say either TSTT or we take any of our, let's say Guardian, a local company, and you try to register a variant of that domain name, they will not let you do it. If they feel that it's suspicious, they will not give you that domain name. So it's very difficult to hijack a .tt domain because of that manual verification, right? So for people out there, something to consider. You can trust TT domain against certain attacks more than you can against other TLDs. Okay, SOC, so the Security Operations Center. I just want to touch on this. I'm gonna fly through it. There's a lot of material here. I think not enough justice is done with it. There's too many buzzwords that are thrown around, like MDR and XDR and triple XDR kind of thing, and then they sort of saying that, okay, look, that's the same thing as a SOC or whatever. And then people are wanting to set up SOCs or manage SOCs kind of thing, or claim that they've got a SOC. Just want to educate to tell you, look, it's highly complex. Obviously, companies do it, they can do it, but it is a huge undertaking. So I'll explain to you some of the elements. I'm sure I'm going to miss a lot of things, but this is some of the things that you need to look out for the SOC. So the first aspect of a very 20,000 feet overflow is you need to collect the data. So you need to collect the data from everywhere. You need to collect it from your desktops, your mobile phones, your laptops, and that's where these EDR, endpoint detection sort of pieces of software comes in. That's from your endpoint, but you need to collect it from your servers. Sometimes you can get system logs, that's your sys logs, and sometimes you have to install software on their collectors that will send that information back to your central location. You need to collect data from your routers, your switches, that can be through NetFlows, your firewalls. Sometimes you need to put in some sort of traffic analyzers into the network, your IDSs, your IPSs, to collect extra data. You may want to put in some honeypots to give you extra level of data. So you could have, like 20, 30 different collection points or types of collection points. And they all need to feed the data back into some server where you're going to ingest your logs. Now, each type of information you get in is going to be in a different format, right? So your NetFlow data is going to be completely different to what a syslog from a Linux server is, or what event log from a Windows server is, or what the EDR or process sort of logs are. So you need to normalize that data into some sort of database. You need an application, or you need to set up rules or configurations for that. And you'll have to do this specifically for the log that you're getting in. You need to correlate the data, because you're going to have data from one communication taking place, you could have data coming about that particular conversation from like 8 or 9 different points in your network, which is good. But you need to know that, or your system needs to know that this is same information, and they can tie or stitch it together. And then you need to enrich data, so you can use external sources, threat intelligence or others, to enrich the data, so it becomes more usable and more friendly. And that's just the collection point, right? So now, obviously, you may appreciate that all of this data coming in is going to require a pretty large database. So you have to make a choice of how much data you want to collect and for how long you want to collect it. Right. So once you got all this data, you need to analyze the data, and you're going to need some tools. You're going to have external threat intelligence. You may have 1, 2, 3. There are some open source. There's some paid services, but all of these need to be fed in to your system. You need some sort of indexer. All this large database that's coming in needs to be indexed so that you can basically search through this data quickly. You need to have some software that is watching, creating, analyzing trends, abnormalities. Then you need to visualize the data. And there are special tools out there, things like Kibana, Grafana, that help you to visualize these tools. Visualize this data that is in these different applications. And all of that has to be built and fine-tuned over time for your SOC to be more and more productive and more and more efficient. Now, once you've done that, you got all your detection rules. And detection rules, you have to put them in. You can get libraries. So depending on how you're doing it, if you're going based on Yara or Sigma rules, which is a good way to go, you can get libraries of these standard detection rules. You take them as your base, right? They're not the means all ends all. They're the initial starting position. You take this, they do a lot of the heavy lifting, but then you need someone who knows what they're doing. They're going in, they're fine tuning them, making sure that they capture what they need to capture. And more often than not, you need to fine tune them to get rid of the false positives and to decrease the noise. Right. Then once you've detected, then you need your processes in place. How are you going to deal with that incident response? You may need to open up a case management. You open up a case management. Now you need to collect all the data for that particular incident. You want to pull in all the logs, or you want to extract the information from your logs, the raw logs, and you want to bring it into case management. Different people may want to look at that. They want to have different inputs. So this whole case management, sort of like a help desk ticket of a case management tool that is specifically designed for cybersecurity. You need to have a good case management tool to make sure you're getting the best out of your SOC and your SOC team members. Automation, guys, you need to automate, right? And that's where you need expert guys to come in and basically automate your rules and automate what happens. And that's where the SOC comes in. Otherwise, you're going to be inundated with noise, with overload of alerts coming in, and it's going to be ineffective, and things are going to slip through the cracks. And again, automation is an ongoing thing, and it's going to take time. Again, you need to have rules, whether you're going to quarantine, you're going to alert, or you're going to basically stop or shut down a particular application on detection. And you need to be careful. You need to look at the business impact. So for the things that are not going to have an immediate impact, you could quarantine. But if it's some critical application, you probably want to get someone on high authority, a human, to make that final call. So all those rules and procedures need to be built into your SOC. And these are the people that you're going to need, right? So you need a tier 1 team, which is going to be a 24/7. These guys are watching your screens, watching the alerts coming. Something goes red, they need to do that first level of investigation, open tickets, and decide whether they're going to escalate or this is a false positive. And if it's a false positive, not only close it down, but probably send information to your level 2 to say, hey, guys, can we put a rule in so that this doesn't keep coming up, to keep noise down? You got the level 2 guys. These guys are going to probably respond to the incident response. They're going to help with the mitigation strategies. They're going to make recommendation of changes. And then you got your tier 3 guys. These guys are super experts. I was talking to a SOC out in the US, and he was saying, look, a real tier 3 guy is worth their weight in gold. And he was saying at that time, which was 6 months ago, he was saying he reckons there's about 200 in the world that can really truly claim themselves to be tier 3. Now, within tier 3, you're going to have different specialized people. They're going to be people that are going to specialize in detection rules, threat hunting, which are your red, blue, or purple team guys. And these guys should be using your MITRE attack framework, the navigator that I told you about. Incident response specialists. So these are guys that are going to respond. That's your CSERT guys. Malware analysts. And these are all specialist sort of areas. It's not feasible for 1 or 2 people to be complete masters in all of these. They can definitely have great level of appreciation, but you end up with people that end up specializing in these particular areas. Now, all in all, you're probably looking at about 10 to 12 different applications that need to be stitched together, integrated together for all of this to sort of work. And that's going to sit on some hardware. So you got to decide whether you're going to have it sit on your own hardware or cloud hardware. But either way, you're probably looking at a minimum of 4 to 5 different servers that need to be managed. Databases need to be managed. So you need to do performance scaling, virtualization. And that would be either your DevOps or your system administrators that you're going to need. So in addition to all of these people specifically for your SOC, you need to have experts that are going to manage the infrastructure for you as well. And once you've got all of that, which could take you time, a couple of years to fine tune and have everything running like a smooth machine, you're going to have the headache of retaining staff, right? Because these guys are going to get poached, if not locally, internationally. Salaries of 200,000, 250 are not uncommon in the cybersecurity area. So that is your SOC. Just look at time. So I want to stop here to see if we've got any questions at this stage.
Yeah, Ajmal, there are a couple of questions in the chat. Let me start from the bottom and move back up. There's what manner of human resource capability is required to provide cybersecurity infrastructure and services to a government ministry, say Ministry of Legal Affairs, which has important data and information databases, example, land, death, birth, company registries, etc. Do we need a dedicated unit staffed with cybersecurity specialists, technicians, etc.?
So some of that question would have been answered by when I was speaking about the SOC, and I was going into this area. So do we need a dedicated team? You need specialists, and with the volume of work, you would need dedicated. Now, you can outsource this, and in some cases, some of these stuff makes sense to outsource, because it's important to design it correctly, get the right infrastructure in place. Now, someone who's got like 10, 15 years of cybersecurity expert or has got a lot of experience in doing this, they're not going to be cheap. They're going to be expensive. Now, to hire them and put them on your payroll to do that initial design, it's going to be too expensive in the long run, because once they've done their initial design and implementation and everything's in place, they'll have very little to do. So it wouldn't make sense keeping a tier 3 or a design architect or a SOC architect implementer on payroll, because once their job is done, their job is done. You probably just want to keep them as a consultant. So you won't need all of these as a dedicated team, but definitely you need tier 1 and tier 2 guys on a dedicated team, and then you need to have some sort of support contract. And that is just accepting the reality of, let's say, Trinidad, small island, limited resources, and the fact that we're trying to compete against companies out in Europe, US that have got much larger budgets, and skills are mobile, people are mobile. Even if you can't physically migrate with this whole freelancing, remote working, and everything, there'll be companies that can pay people with the right skill set a lot more because they're getting them to do much higher value work. So economics dictate that, look, we need to be sensible. We can't have these people. You can buy the products, but it's whether you can have the people to run them. So you do need dedicated teams, but you don't need everyone to be dedicated. You don't need everyone to be in-house.
There was a comment more from Abdullah. I find that NIST CSF gives you a convenient framework for top-level analysis and planning, but 27001, etc., is good for bottoms-up controls testing. Not sure if this resonates with what you presented earlier.
Look, I think CSF is great, right? There was a problem in the US, and the problem was that NIST 853 was just too big, right? And it was out of reach, too expensive, too complex. So the smaller operations that had no interest in working with the federal government didn't have anything, and that's where CSF came. They took a lot of stuff out of 853, brought it into CSF, organized it a bit more, structured it a bit more, put in some sort of processes, and made it a lot easier, and gave some guidelines and stuff like that for implementation. So I think it's great, right? But it is targeted to smaller operations. Now, right, Abdullah could be correct, because from a practical perspective, I mean, what do we mean by small? A small by US standards could be one of our mid-sized firms. So a lot of our mid-sized firms could definitely take benefit from the CSF. And not everyone may want to get certified. There's a couple of reasons why you want to get certified. And one is for business, because I think going forward, other companies are going to be mandated to ensure that their supply chain, or the people that they're working with, third party, have got their cybersecurity stuff, in compliance going forward. Other companies are. Sorry, I missed that. Okay, yeah. So, if you're doing business with a company out of Europe, and they under this new DORA Act, and that's targeted for banks, right? So Europe has introduced DORA, which is, what is it? Digital Operational Resilience Act, which came into play on the 15th of October. And they're targeting their financial sector and saying that not only the banks or the financial sector, but all their third-party actors or suppliers, supply chain, now have a duty to make sure that they're dealing with cybersecurity, backup, resilience, and IT perspective. It's not a cybersecurity specific. It deals with everything, business continuity kind of thing, because they see it as the critical infrastructure. And cybersecurity is part of that. And let's say you try to do business with them, then if you told them that, look, you've implemented CSF, then, I mean, it's great, but how can you prove that you've implemented it correctly? They're going to ask for third-party certification. And there isn't a global standard to doing CSF certification. It's a voluntary framework. So they may insist that look, you need to have some sort of reputable third-party body that has certified and audited your internal controls. And that's where ISO 27001 will assist you. I don't know if that addresses what Abdullah is saying. All I'm saying is that they're targeted for different markets, and one is more comprehensive than the other and has advantages when you need to approve to third parties that you've got the right controls in place. we have any other questions?
I'm looking for raised hands. I'm not seeing any.
Right. Okay, so I'll just jump across to look. 42001 AI is a new standard that came into play, I think a couple of months back, by ISO to deal with AI. It's in its infancy. I'm sort of studying it at the moment, and even the tutors are saying, look, it's in infancy. They're still trying to work out a lot of things. But what it's trying to deal with is AI-specific risk management. It could be argued that it's a subset of 27001. I didn't definitely see, or I am seeing a lot of overlap, but it gets into looking at AI models. So some of the stuff that was mentioned earlier on in the education AI panel, things like biased, the data sets that you're using to train it, and then is it going to be public, private? So all of that needs to comes into this whole standard. So from an auditing perspective, what they're saying is that the auditors need to see evidence of these elements to make sure that you're trying to minimize and mitigate against some of these issues. But as a comparison against the 27001, so this is something that I quickly did, there's a huge, heavy overlap between the two. So I would say, look, if you've got 27001, or if an organization is already working their way towards 27001, to then bring on 42001, it's going to be an additional 30% work. So a lot of the stuff will already be in place. It'll be complementary, and that's where one of the benefits of ISOs is that most of their standards are very similar in structure. So if you have you can have an integrated management system, an IMS, which can handle 3 or 4 different standards on that. And the other way around, if somebody decided that they're going to put in 42001 first, and then afterwards they decided to go with 27001 as well, you're not starting from scratch. You're going to find that a lot of people will be familiar with a lot of things. A lot of the procedures are going to be in place, and you could probably use the same management system on that. And the other thing just want to bring in is DORA, which I just mentioned. So EU has just released DORA on the 15th, which is the Digital Operation Resilience Act. And that deals with ICT risk management. Cybersecurity is a part of it, but it extends to third-party risk. They're going to start off, or it's been specifically designed for financial institutions, but I think it's going to spill over, and probably voluntarily other organizations are going to start to probably adopt it or take some elements of it, like they did with 853, like they did with GDPR stuff. So that's going to be interesting developments. Similar things. I know in the UK they've got a similar act that deals with the telecommunication authority. Sorry, we're dealing with the telecoms sector, and again, telecoms critical infrastructure. So we need to put some sort of regulation or enforcement on the concessionaires to make sure that they're doing everything they can to make sure that the systems are protected and available. And DORA deals with that on the financial, an equivalent for those who are maybe operating in the US, or certainly for those who've been studying for some of the CISSP or the SARCA exams. So again, so DORA, there is an overlap with 27001, because whenever you come to resilience, information security is going to be part of it, but then this is going to cover the rest of the stuff where COVID sort of thing comes into it. But also, I was saying, if you're studying for any of the main exams, you would have come across FISMA, which is a US act where if you're doing business with the US federal agencies, then you need to comply with the FISMA sort of act. DORA, in my view, is somewhat equivalent to FISMA, but is specific to the financial sector, whereas FISMA applies to anyone that wants to do business with the US government. So that brings me to the end. I don't know if you've got any other questions.
I am not seeing any hands raised at the moment.
We've got about 10 minutes. If not, then we can take an extra 10-minute break, or we can discuss something else.
Does anyone have any questions for Ajmala on cybersecurity and certifications and what you need and what you don't need and how all this works? Or is it just like, wow, I learned so much, and you're just kind of rocking back with the amount of information that was just absorbing? No questions? Okay. Do you have anything else you want to Carlton, basically great job, very good information presented, especially the comparisons with the legal frameworks. So if there are no questions, Ajmal, do you have anything else you want to?
Just quick signing off note then for everyone. One, look, thanks for your time. I hope you found something useful. If you need clarifications or you want more information, then reach out to me directly if you've got my email or number, or you can reach out to TTMag or the IGF team, and we'll be quite happy to answer and share those questions. Also, it was mentioned, I'm also part of the ISC2 Caribbean chapter, Caribbean and Latin American chapter team. So I just want to plug to say, for those that are interested in the cybersecurity, then we do have a very active WhatsApp group on the ISC2, which does have some subgroups as well. There's quite a lot of people in that group. I think we've got over 100. It is vibrant, it is active, good information, good exchange of information. And just say, look, guys, encourage you guys to join the group. It is free. I think you'll find it informative. And again, you can reach out through the TTMag to me if you want to join that WhatsApp group. Thanks, Jackie.
Okay, sorry, just question came in. How does one become a cybersecurity specialist? And does it become a certified? Yeah, basically, how do you get certified as a cybersecurity specialist?
Right. So cybersecurity is, in my view, is a very specialist arm of, let's say, networking, IT, software development and stuff. A good cybersecurity specialist, what makes a good cybersecurity specialist first is someone who's got a lot of experience, right? Practical experience over time, and they actually understand what's going on at the lower levels, and they've been doing it for a long time. And that's why if you look at the main cybersecurity certifications like the CISSP and the ISACL-led, whether it's CISA or CISM, they will ask you for 5 years of experience across multiple domains, and they will ask for evidence on that. It's not enough just to pass the exams, which are important. The practical experience is extremely important. Now, it's a wide field, like anything, or like most industries. So you need to decide on what you want to specialize in. You want to go down the red team side of things, do actual penetration. Then I think it's the OSCP guys. I've got one of the leading sort of certifications on that, highly rated, but extremely difficult. I think it's a 23 or a 24-hour exam where they put you in a room, and then give you like 8 machines and you got to break into them, right? People end up spending a couple of years studying for them. CI, but that's very technical. So if you want to do technical and want to do actual penetration, is narrow, but it's very focused. Then the OSCP, if you're looking for a wider general certifications, then look at ISC2, and they've got different levels, and you can basically go up these levels. They've got entry level, mid level, and the higher level exams. They've got ones that specialize in certain areas with those exams, and then obviously they've got their CISSP, which does require you to have 5 years of experience. And you know, I had a lot of experience when I went into it, and even I had to spend 6 months of studying for it, and I was studying like 3-4 hours a day. I do know people that, you know, spend like a couple of years studying for it because they probably don't have as much time or may not have had as much practical experience. You know, they say that it's an inch deep, a mile wide. It does cover a lot of stuff on there. So yeah, that's a good certification to have. If you want to go more on the governance and audit side of things, then you know the ISACA CSER is very popular. Although the ISC2 is also got some audit-based focused exams on there. But to answer your question again, is you need to decide on what you want to specialize in, where you are in your career journey, what experience you've got, and that will dictate your next move. Now we can give you more information. I'd say, look, either reach out to me or jump onto the ISC2 group. They've got a special certification training sort of subgroup, and they'll be able to help, or we'll be able to help you there as well.
Okay, Ajmal, there was one other question, well, two other questions. One was, can you explain the role of a VCISO versus a Tier 3 expert?
A virtual CISO.
Yeah, versus
as
a
opposed to a Tier 3 expert. Is that what the question is?
Yeah, the role of a VCISO versus a Tier 3 expert.
Right. So let's just drop the V, because all the V means virtual. So it's probably remote or some level of
Okay.
part-time. That's what I'm assuming, right? So the question is a CISO versus a Tier 3 expert. Completely different. They got different functions. They'll have different skill set. Their roles are different. A CISO would be more, let's say, general, like a CTO, but specializing around the information security. They're going to have a lot of awareness. For them to be successful, they need to have a wide awareness and appreciation of everything that's going on. They should be able to manage the T3 expert, and they should, you know, they need to have the capability to manage multiple T3 experts in the different disciplines. A T3 expert is going to be more focused in that discipline. There'll be a lot more technical in that discipline, and that's what they're going to specialize in. So I don't think those two are sort of like fair comparisons. Like you can't say, look, one is either better than the other, or for this role I need a CISO or a T3. They're two distinct roles. One's a very technical role, and the other one is more sort of management, governance, accountability, risk management sort of role. And they probably operate at different levels of hierarchy as well within an organization.
Okay. Thank you. And the last question is, can you suggest a program of education and training for a manager in an ICT environment in a ministry to be endowed with the capability to understand and respond to cybersecurity issues?
Right. So if we look at from the general perspective, I think the programs that are run by ISC2 are good and they're very informative. And some governments insist their staff to go and acquire these certifications. They're paying for them and trying to do some sort of special programs with the ISC2 from there. So internationally, they're highly recognized that people in certain departments in the government that are looking at cybersecurity should be certified to a certain level, and then surround themselves with the technocrats and the cybersecurity experts and stuff. I'd be hesitant to say CISSP, or maybe we put together, certainly reach out to the ISC2, the Caribbean guys, who can then basically respond either through the ISC2 or in their own personal capacities and put together some level of education plan that I guess across all ministries to bring people up to the certain level of understanding, using the same vocabulary, understanding, being on the same page. So I think it's critical. I think it's important. I think it's a very good question. I don't have an answer for it. I'm not aware of an off-the-shelf training program that I can say, hey guys, I think we should send the public sector people that are involved in cybersecurity to these areas. I do interact with like the technical guys in the different bodies in Trinidad, and some of them are very technical. But then I also recognize some of the frustrations or the challenges that they may have. I certainly think that, look, and it's only natural, higher up the chain you go, the level of expertise are going to decrease. They're also going to be busy doing a lot of other things. But despite that, I would highly recommend and support where certainly, in the IGOS and the MTT and the national security, the people that are responsible for cybersecurity, we craft some level of cybersecurity training and appreciation for them. Now, there is a possibility that they already get this, they just don't make it public, which would make sense as well.
Okay, Lalu, did that answer your question? That's the person who asked. Okay, in that case, thank you very, very much, Ajmal. And we will take a 5-minute break and come back with the open forum. And the open forum, okay, it did answer your question. The open forum is really the hub of the multi-stakeholder experience where everyone can ask and discuss any of the topics that you might want to know about. And we will have directors of the TTMAG available to discuss. So see you guys in, let's just make it 12:50. So that will be 7 minutes break because it's been a long stretch. Okay, see you back in 7 minutes. Hey, everybody, welcome back. Hi, welcome back. We are now coming into the open forum. And as I said before we went to break, the open forum is really the heart and soul of an IGF, because this is the open area where all stakeholders can discuss, can ask, discuss, bring up anything that you want to in regards to the field of internet governance. So I'm Jacqueline Morris, chair of the TTMag, and we will also have with us some of the directors of the TTMag, Dr. Patrick Hossain and Ashman Nasir, and I'm not sure who else will be joining us for this session. So does anyone have anything that they'd like to discuss, ask, bring up with regard to internet governance?
Jackie, I'd like to pose a question, if I may.
Sure.
I think all of us here, and whether it's TTIGF or the Caribbean IGF, this continues to be rarefied air in terms of the reach and the access of internet governance. We have served in quite a few parts of either ICANN or the IGF, and it doesn't, unless my imagination is completely off, but the outreach and trying to move from where we are at the moment to reaching governments and reaching international organizations in the region, trying to see if we can weave internet governance policy into national deliberations continues to be a challenge. And I think the question now is, where do we go from here? There is a limited amount of work that could be done. And how do we reach out to the largest stakeholders to make a case for the importance of internet governance and establish that nexus between, I guess, internet governance and national and regional development? But no doubt we've been trying, and there may be different levels of success in other parts of the region, but certainly I don't think we are anywhere near where we should be in terms of the implementation of internet governance at a regional level. Thanks.
Okay, Ajmal, do you want to start with that, or do you want me to?
I'll let you go ahead. I was just a little distracted there.
Okay. Well, this is the thing. Internet governance is, because it's such a catch-all thing, people seem to, it's really big and it's difficult. It's kind of like eating an elephant. You know, it's really a large thing to get your head around. And so I'm not sure, but I mean, I've been in this for what, with you, Lance, like what, over 20 years. And we've reached out, but there's also, I'm not sure how to put it, but there is this thing about breaking it down to specific areas where we find people, so we go to people in their space. So, for example, in this IGF, we had the education aspect. So we bring in the educators, and we have technical people, and we have people who, tomorrow we've got disaster resilience. And so hopefully there'll be people there who are interested in climate and geography and that sort of thing. John, did you have something to say about this?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I was just wondering, I mean, Antigua is one success story. I mean, can't we leverage on what Antigua has done?
What has Antigua done?
Well, I mean, they have capitalized on their domain is one example, and they have leading some of the new discussions in AI and so on. So they must be doing something right. So can't we leverage on what they have done to try to bring other countries, you know, in that vein? I know one other country is looking at trying to take control of their domain. So just throwing that out there for discussion. I mean, I haven't been too much on the cutting edge of where things are in terms of internet governance, but you know, grateful for some feedback on that.
Nigel, I know you're working with the CCTLDs.
Yes, thank you, Jacqueline. I kind of only got the last part of Lance's comment, but what I gathered is that there is, he's perceived that maybe we could do better in terms of awareness and involvement with internet governance and so on and so on. I would say for the ones who really involved with the internet governance, I think they will always see that or feel that, you know, maybe we're not where we want to be or are supposed to be. I was listening to Sally Wentworth's comment this morning. And one of the things she said is not endorsing the GDC because I get, as I understand it, they weren't quite satisfied with the inclusiveness of the whole process.
Mm-hmm.
All right. But I don't know. It's a question of, to me, is a question of recognizing progress. Right. So from my vantage point of the CTU, certainly, and I've been involved a lot with IG around the Caribbean, we've seen movement. We've seen improvement. Certainly, we could always say there is a lot more to be done. You know, there's a long way to go still. But I think progress is being made, and I think we need to recognize that. The fact that there is a TTIGF going for 9 years now shows that we've made some progress over the years. All right, we have a TTIGF that's consistent. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is another one that is consistent. and Barbados not as consistent, but we've made some progress in terms of getting a multi-stakeholder type of group or discussions going in Barbados, right? And like you said, Jacqueline, trying to reach people where they are. You made the comment in terms of sector, but from the Caribbean point of view, I would make the comment in terms of national efforts, right? So part of what we specifically aimed to do with the TTIGF was reach out to the national communities. And yes, there is only 3 examples I could call out of 20 countries. So yeah, definitely we have a lot more that we need to do there, and we need to review the strategy that we've been using. We also have made efforts at sectors, right? CCTLDs in particular in this TTIGF. There's going to be a session tomorrow where we reach out to them again. And this is something that at the CTU level, we had been doing, I would say we would have done at least twice before over the years. I would take the comment from the point of view of, yes, we want to be more effective, and maybe we could look for some more effective methods. Maybe we need to evolve the methods we've been using and so on. But I think we should also recognize that progress has been made over the years. I'll stop.
Totally. I agree, because I mean, I remember the first ones that we had, it was the first conversations with 10, 15 people, and we've got hundreds of people now talking about this around the thing. Devanand. Yeah.
Hi, this is Devanand Tilaksing. So Lance, let me ask a question, and I guess to throw it back to you. What region or what country or what region do you think has done internet governance well? I mean, yes, I understand what you're saying about the Caribbean, but is there a particular territory or region that you looked at and thought, wow, that country or region is really taking internet governance in a multi-stakeholder way, etc.? Because I struggle to find good example, because I think internet governance as a whole globally is still a very hard thing for people to get involved in, to understand the topics, and because it requires study and listening to a lot of different perspectives from the different stakeholders, and then forming opinions. Just to comment on what John was saying, I think John wasn't referring to Antigua, he was referring to Anguilla, which has the .ai, and which has seen a rise in CCTLD registrations due to its happenstance to have .ai as their CCTLD, right?
Right, but .ai isn't run by Anguillans. It isn't run in Anguilla. It's outsourced to a large company.
Yes, now it is. Yes, it was run by a private individual before, but now it's I think Identity Digital.
Yeah.
Is now handling the back end, which was just recently announced. Yeah.
I think Abdullah, and then Dr. Hussain, and then Albert.
Hi, more of a observation than a question. Jackie, I was just pleasantly surprised. I think in one of the slides I saw the .tt, and then there was the word trust in the middle of it. I think it was in the DNSSEC slide. And actually, I was kind of wondering what progress, if any, we've made in terms of, because the .tt, our country level domain is our national asset. At least that's how we used to refer to it back in the day. What, if any, progress has been made, and as we just mentioned, Anguilla, in terms of promoting the .tt domain for businesses and so on? Because this is something I like to observe. When I see a business with a .tt domain or .co.tt, I usually feel like, okay, well, they're actually utilizing the domain. Not to put Professor Hussain on the spot, but is there any movement in that regard? That was my question.
Well, Patrick, you're next up anyway.
Yeah, so over the years, we've tried different things to encourage locals to to use .tt. In fact, as you know, it costs locals half as much as foreigners to register a .tt domain. We've worked with different chambers. George Gobet has been leading that. We've worked with different chambers trying to offer incentives to different companies to go with .tt instead of name tt.com. We will continue. I mean, we do not have, .tt, we haven't been able to find something that you would, like .ai has artificial intelligence. So that was the reason it has grown so quickly. But in terms of security, you mentioned something about security or trust. I'm not sure what that was about, but we do support DNSSEC. We've supported DNSSEC, for instance, for I think over 8 or 9 years now. So it's just a matter of local companies taking advantage of these additional things we support. One other thing I want to talk about in terms of internet governance, with respect to the other islands, I think one of the reasons why we have TTIGF and we have a TTMAG, etc., is because the local CCTLD, kind of blowing my own horn here, has been supporting them. I mean, we were the ones who kind of initiated the TTMAG, years ago. Initially, it was sort of an ad hoc group, and we formalized it, etc. We do support, we provide funding to them as well. In the past, especially for things like attending ICANN conferences, etc. We also support the TTIGF. They have been able to get funding from various organizations, but we have to close the gap in the end. So the point I'm trying to make is that I think what needs to happen in the other islands is to get the local CCTLDs to start supporting some of these efforts, IGF efforts. Unfortunately, a lot of them have outsourced their administration of their domain, and that makes it difficult for those outsourced. Well, it's not difficult, but the outsourced companies have to be the ones who would support the local IGF initiatives. But I think, again, the main issue is support, and TGNIC has been pushing not only with respect to IGF or internet governance, but in terms of research. We do quite a bit of stuff in research and education as well. So it's all a matter of having the local CCTLDs move forward and do more than they have been doing. Thanks.
Albert, your hand was up next.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. I'll start with your comment about the elephant, and you're absolutely right. It is a big job to eat the entire elephant, and we have to decompose and look at small pieces bit by bit. There was the comment, I agree with Dev. I think perhaps he was speaking about .ai, although .ag also is in a sort of favorable position with regard to their top-level domain, because .ag means limited in German. So you find that they have been doing quite a bit in that area. But we need to recognize that there are different aspects to internet governance, and we can't do the whole thing at once. And Nigel is very right. There's a lot of good that has happened. There are a lot of significant achievements. The Caribbean IGF, the work that CTU has done in collaboration with ICANN with regard to trying to help CCTLDs. ICANN has worked also with other entities to try to help the CCTLDs. In 2007, we had a meeting looking at the different models for running CCTLDs. And one key issue is that as much as we've been doing this in some cases for over 20 years. I think we simply have to recognize that our work has to continue. We need to continue with the awareness. We need to continue with the capacity building, and we need to hold our breath and continue to try to bring new people on board with regard to internet governance. Just yesterday, I was in Curacao and speaking with some government officials who are involved in managing the CCTLD. They've dissolved their parliament and called elections. So there will be a period of about a month where inputs from stakeholders in Anguilla are not going to be directly feeding into the management of their CCTLD. So you have those kinds of issues where the political system puts us in a position where from time to time you literally have to start over in terms of capacity building and awareness raising with regard to certain aspects of internet governance. So I think to sum it all up, it's a situation where we need to continue what we're doing in terms of building awareness, doing capacity building, and try to concentrate a little bit more on sustainability, continuing to completion efforts that we actually start.
Thank you. Lance, your hand is up. You started
Sorry. One to answer Dev that I wasn't necessarily comparing us in terms of where we are or where we should be versus any other jurisdiction. I was merely my direct concern is where we should be in terms of what internet governance should hopefully be able to do for us as a region in terms of progressing, in terms of growth, and in terms of general advancement. So I know things are different in other countries. I remember when Jacqueline, when we first went to form La Coralo in Argentina, and then we left there and we went in there as technologists primarily. And then when we went to our first ICANN meeting, I think it was in Sao Paulo, and then ran into a room of lawyers and policymakers, and then begin to realize that the whole concept of ICANN and internet governance was an entirely different thing from what we might have imagined, because we, coming out of this, certainly I thought that this was a lot about tech and what have you, and run into an entirely different ball game in terms of economics and legal efforts, and some intellectual property in terms of ownership of domains and that type of stuff. So this really was an evolved conversation after that. So really, when I talk about the next steps in terms of how we go forward and how we reach those who can who could help with buy-in and who could help with adoption of the ground, that is really my interest in terms of how do we now fashion the message. Do we need to fashion the message any better than we're doing it? Or is it a reality that IG is always going to have is always going to be in that limited space that, that we have to work with? Could we do? I mean, we've been around for quite a while. And if it is that things take time, fine. But I just think we need to be able to think now about, in 2024, where do we go from here in terms of our application of IG?
No, you're right. I went into that from the policy development side, because remember, that's where I came in with the UN and developed all that whole policy development and bringing and gender and so on. And that's how I came in, even though I did do technology, but I wasn't coming from a position of technology. But that has been the stakeholder group, the people who have come onto this most, from what I've seen, is that it has, in the Caribbean especially, taken a technology bent and not quite so much a social type thing. And it's one of the things that, depending on where you are, the multi-stakeholder group is going to be different stakeholders, and the balance differs depending on where you are. And I think Albert will agree with that because you travel all over for ICANN, and depending on where you are, some people will be ready to jump on, and those might be the technology people, or if it's in some other places, it might be the legal people. Like we know we got all those people from EFF and the various law schools in the States, where a lot of them came in on it very early. And I don't think that we need representation from every sector, but I don't think that we need to be upset that we don't have enough from one sector or the other just yet. Because I think remember, we also came in with very low internet penetration and so on. So a lot of people, the people who knew about internet, were excited about internet, were technology people. Now, 20 years later, everybody's on internet. So I think we'll start seeing a lot more people, especially when they realize, hey, my business depends on this. Maybe I should start thinking about how it's managed so that I can have a say in if there's an issue with internet and my business, I can come in and have a say. If there's an issue with internet and whatever I'm doing. But I think I agree with Nigel. It has improved drastically since those early days.
What is something that is going to be very interesting, I think, is and this will probably show the ability in this neck of the woods. And I include Latin America as well. ICANN for the first time has put out probably the most favorable opportunity to be able to apply for generic top-level domains with an application program to do that. And I think it doesn't, I think we have until next year to be able to do it. But it's going to be very interesting to see whether we can participate at any level. The conditions are set in terms of how you do it. I think the last time I checked the link, out of some of the other lesser developed regions around the served regions, there probably was 16. There could be more by now who have expressed an interest in participating in the program. But it would be interesting to see as the year goes by whether there is any chance. There may be some creative ways to do it, but if there's any chance of us or even Latin America participating in that as well, it's $30,000. I think some will argue that that's even for this region that's too high, but it's going to be interesting to see whether any sectors, business, NGOs, or international, the IGOs, anybody would have the wherewithal to participate in that. I don't know whether that chance is going to come around again. I suppose it would be based on what comes out of this experiment. But it's going to be interesting to see if anybody could respond from this neck of the woods.
Albert, go ahead.
Thanks, Jacqueline. I don't know if it's any motivation, but Lance is right. There's a tremendous opportunity now for the Caribbean, and other small island developing states to get involved in perhaps getting a new top-level generic domain name. But this opportunity has arisen because of the strong and sustained voices that have been in ICANN advocating for this kind of thing. Okay, Jacqueline, yourself, Lance, Carlton and others. I mean, this was no accident that the opportunity arose. And the very important thing to understand is that the more forceful our voices from the Caribbean and this region, the more our situation will be understood, the better it will be understood, and the more opportunities we will have. So it's incumbent upon us, as much as some of us may feel, that we're hitting our heads, against a brick wall, saying the same thing for 20 years, and starting over every 5 years when there are elections. I think perhaps that might be an encouragement for others to realize, wow, we have this opportunity because there were voices in the ecosystem, which laid the foundation and developed a situation which gave this opportunity. So I don't know if that would encourage anyone to continue to participate in these kinds of fora.
Well, I don't know, because I had started talking to some Trinidad-based multinationals, the multi-Caribbeans. And they come down to that one question: how are we going to make money on it? And when there are easier ways of making money, because that's what basically I was told, listen, if this is how much this is going to cost, but I have all these other opportunities to put the same sum of money, and I have a duty to my shareholders and so forth, and I need to be able to be sure that there's going to be a certain return on this. And why should I put that money in this part, the domain name thing, versus things like tourism or manufacturing, opening another factory, making jam, because we're exporting soft drinks in a major way. We're exporting an awful lot of things out of Trinidad. We're manufacturing and exporting things. So it might be easier for them to say, hey, we're going to do another one of these. We're going to expand in an area that we're already making money in, rather than go into a whole new area. And especially since a lot of them really don't understand. So I don't know. I know, Albert, you've been talking. I know Nigel, y'all talk to some of those higher level CEOs and stuff, but I don't know if there's any way that you can say, how do we get them to see the opportunity? Because the money is around. We've got the money. There are people there are organizations and stuff who have the money, but the concept of why it should go into a regional GTLD isn't there.
You're right, Jacqueline. I mean, again, yesterday in Curacao at the event that Canto was having, I spoke with some of these people, and it's the same thing. I mean, and I get chased, out of certain countries when I go talking DNS, because the question that's asked, well, how is this going to affect my bottom line? And you're absolutely right. We should never go into any kind of business, and this is Albert Daniels talking now, unless we can see good return on investment. But speaking from a broader perspective, though, I do feel that we are making a little bit of progress, or maybe more than that, in the Caribbean, because of the involvement and because of the inputs that have been occurring due to events like the TTIGF, like the CIGF, where we raise more awareness, we explain to more people what this thing is all about, and show them that particular opportunity. So from that perspective, I'm happy to continue doing what we are doing here and encouraging new persons to get in. But Jacqueline, you're right. In the end, it will come down to, how does this, benefit you and what's in it for you?
I had floated locally. I took a slightly different tack, and I went down the road of the brand GTLD. So we have some multinationals here, and one of the things, because I don't think the GTLD as a function you might not convince anybody to make money, but I was going along the .Amazon model, where some of the multinationals say, well, look, if you could have a talk with .Answer, because they have so many products under their conglomerate. I was talking with a local producer, the local rum producer here, because they do so many other things. And I said, well, look, if in this way you could have everything under one brand, .answer, .ddl, .gkrs, or something like that. And that might be the only attraction that I see. The only slight hedge with that is some of the limits that they've put in terms of how much money a company can make and how much the SMEs could earn. So they may have to be, if anybody bites at that, we'll have to go back to Albert a bit to have a talk about some creativity in terms of how it is possible to apply it. Because as it stands now, is a little outside of the rules. But there may be room to have a discussion. But certainly from this end, I mean, the response may be different in other parts of the Caribbean. But certainly in our initial discussions, there was some interest in the brand GTLA, and especially some of those who might have come through the geographic indicator exercise, like what two of the companies here would have gone through. So they've spent money in applying, intellectual assets and property. They've had experience doing that. So the argument is not as hard, but again, you still have to make the case to close it. But that may be an avenue that we could look at in the region as well.
Just quickly, Jackie, to say that the Latin American Caribbean engagement team at ICANN has renamed the way we do our roadshow / LACAI roadshow, and we're calling it ICANN Near You. And it is specifically, to bring home the point that we want to come close to you. We want to come into these countries and find out, like how what Lance is saying right now. How do you think it's best to approach a particular issue in your specific region, and take that back and see how we can work with you to actually make that a reality? So, I mean, I'm here in Trinidad for a day or two. Lance, from time to time, I'm with you as well. But I'm happy to work with any stakeholder to see how we can refine this to bring it to the point where advantage can be taken of the opportunities that are there.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any comments, topic you want to bring up? Intellectual TTIPO, anything about intellectual property and the internet that you'd like to have us discuss?
Jackie, is this the forum for government policy on work from home?
You can talk about it. I don't know anything about it, so I can't say anything about it. I don't think there's anyone here from that ministry who, yeah.
Right, just throwing it out there. I can't speak on it either.
But we could talk about work from home in general. I mean, I work from home. I got hired on at the judiciary in the middle of COVID, and at the beginning, kind of the beginning of COVID. And I have an office, and I go there once or twice a month, maybe. But I have an issue. I just have an issue with air conditioning and so on. I get quite sick. So I have a logical reason to work from my house. But a lot of people who started working from home during the pandemic and stuff, business-wise, but not the government yet, have really not totally gone back. It would be interesting to find out how many people are still, even without the official work from home policies, how many people are still flexible and working from home.
I only brought this up because I have had an interesting conversation with a colleague recently who born and raised in the Caracas and works in Port of Spain. And
oh, Lord.
Yeah, no, he doesn't commute from the Caracas, to be clear, but obviously that would be crazy. But we were talking about in our conversation about the benefits as an IT person working from home, and not having to get dressed, shirt and pants, iron and so on, just to come to work to code and then go back home. So and then all the implications around that, working from home, in terms of development of the local like supermarkets and so on in the area, because now you don't have to go out to town. All those kind of benefits kind of came up. And then not having to rent, all those things came up. So I just thought, you were asking for topics. I just thought I'd throw it out there. And then of course there's the internet and broadband in those regions and so. But he did say in the Caracas they do get good service broadband. So there's that.
Okay, there's one comment. Oh, two comments in the chat from Lalu Ramlal. The first is internet governance Is our internet governance situation stifling our leverage of internet technologies and services? And he suggests we undertake a study to find the gaps and develop strategies to fill them. And the second comment is we can investigate whether ICT policy and strategy address cybersecurity and internet governance. Is there the need for improvement of that policy? I don't know if there's anyone around who can speak to that. Maybe Stephen or John. No one? Because I really can't speak to any of the ICT policy and strategy, because I have to admit, shame, I have not actually gone through the policy properly yet, the latest one, because that's not what my job is right now. Okay, so any other topics you'd like to mention? No one?
Jackie, was it?
I really can't speak to any of the ICT policy and strategy, because I have to admit, shame, I have not actually gone through the policy properly yet, the latest one, because anyone else?
Jackie, I heard you mention Stephen. Was it Stephen Abiraj you were talking about?
Yeah, it was you.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I don't wear the hat that could answer that question properly. I am now at the Ministry of Works and Transport.
Okay.
So I wouldn't step into an area that is not my own.
Not anymore.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
Not a problem.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you. So.
All right. Well, all right. This is David Antilak saying, yeah. And one thing, and I think it touches back a little bit on the internet governance, and I think what I'm kind of concerned is there's still a sense of, I feel anyway, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm the issue, is that we're still very isolated among the islands and not collaborating enough when it comes to issues affecting us. And it doesn't have to be very super technical issues, because it's really the issues that affect you as an end user of the internet and technology, digital divide issues and so forth. And I don't really get a sense of what's happening all across the islands, what's happening, and that gap really frustrates me, because I mean, I could go online and find the gaps in lots of other territories and regions and Europe and all of these kinds of things, but I don't really get a sense of what's happening here in the Caribbean. And so I think I would think that one of the things we have to improve is the better collaboration along the stakeholders, not just along the islands, but across all the islands itself. I like to see that type of thing happening, and that I think that way we can get a better sense of what our gaps are, and then we can try to help each other. And when it comes to issues like getting involved in internet governance issues that I can, then we could just start splitting up tasks. Not everybody has to be on the GTLD. Somebody could just tackle the the replacement for WHOIS, I should say, and things like that. How do we work together to do things like data privacy laws? Because I don't get a sense that we're working in coordination to unify our data privacy laws so that is uniform, like say the GDPR, which is uniform across all of Europe. So, which I think is ideal, to have that kind of unified data privacy, so that if you're an app developer or whatever, you don't have to worry about 14 different or 15 different jurisdictions with differing laws, which makes it, raises the cost of developing, makes it impossible. So Just throwing that out there.
Well, I know that CARICOM has been doing some of that stuff. I don't know if Nigel, I think you might know a lot more about it, but there's a lot of work being done with harmonization, especially with the laws across the Caribbean. It's been going on for a while. I haven't been involved in it for like 15 years, but I was involved previously, and there was like a draft set of laws, and then everybody kind of made a few tweaks, but the basic ones were, the base was the same across the place. Nigel?
Yeah, that was the HIPCAR, the HIPCAR
Yes.
project, right, Nigel?
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. That was HIPCAR project, and believe it or not, that was between 2009 and 2012. So a lot has happened since then, and there is a move to do another phase of HIPCAR, to take into account the more modern developments in ICT and so on. That HIPCAR was done under the auspices of the ITU, and we are working with the ITU again to see to put in place like a second phase that would get us there. You mentioned CARICOM and harmonization. Well, CTU does a lot of harmonization work in different aspects of ICT. Just in terms of CARICOM, they currently have a project on to assess the status of ICT policy, legislation, and so on in the various CARICOM member states to identify gaps that we can address head-on to forge greater harmonization. So, as I said, stuff is going on. It's really not necessarily going on at the pace we would like to see it happen. But, and some of that sometimes is resource limitations, money or personnel, as the case might be. But I think the points are taken that we want to harmonize and efforts are being made to do so. We could always complain about the pace at which
Yeah. But there is one thing. I have noticed that people in the Caribbean like to do things behind closed doors, and they don't tell people. They do things, and we do not like to tell people what we're doing. And I think that's one of your problems, Dave, right? That you weren't hearing about anything. And so we've got two, I think there's one thing. We need people who are working on things like CTU to tell us what you're doing.
All right.
And
so
we also try and figure out some sort of we have the TTIGF, but how do you facilitate those people who have met and have and exchange ideas in the TTIGF? How do you facilitate us working around the Caribbean afterwards? Should we do like a hub, some sort of where we can just go on and a WhatsApp, something where we go on and post, hey, I'm doing this. No, I'm doing that. What are you doing? How can you help? And then before we find out, hey, we're doing the same thing.
Yes.
And we're duplicating efforts.
Yeah. No, the point is taken. And in fact, what we call the intersectional work is one of the areas we've been trying to improve, and it's been recognized even in the CIGF as well. We've been trying to use our website to do some of what you're talking about there, via discussion fora and stuff like that. It hasn't been consistently effective. When we first put it in, I think there was some interest, but lots of other things going on, and people don't necessarily remember to go on a discussion forum to do something. But suffice it to say, though, that there is information on the CTU website, sometimes in terms of documents that we've done, the program of events, for example. So if you want to know what CTU is doing, some information is there. Other than that, you would have to contact us to find out whatever. CARICOM,
is going and look for information as opposed to information
coming to you.
I want to sit back and let somebody tell me something happening. The same way people ask me, how do I know about all these facts? Because people send it to me in my WhatsApp. People send, I get it.
Right. Well, we do have a few different WhatsApp groups related, at least two related to IG in the Caribbean, and there's one related to AI as well, that we've been sending information out. It's not so easy for people to get into it, though, if you understand what I mean. It's not like it's out there that, or maybe there may be a way we could find to put it on our website so that if anyone wants to join,
we could sign up and
we
then
could
you
sign up.
decide
You
if
sign up.
you want
Yes.
it, and then you could find out who we are and decide if we are going to be useful and you can bring us in. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Albert, you had a
Yes, thank you, Jacqueline. I'd like to respond to your comment, about not knowing what's going on. And it's not to say that I want you to include me in all of those WhatsApp groups for the FETs, but I really wanted to congratulate the CTU on this coordinating role that it has been playing across our Caribbean region, because, I've seen it in the old days, how it used to be and where it is now. These names, Bevel, Shernan, and Kevon, and others. We used to sit together because we found that it was just difficult to figure out what meetings were taking place in the Caribbean. I remember sitting in Cancun one time, the four of us, and say, okay, what are you doing at ICANN? What are you doing at ARIN? What are you doing at LACNIC, and so on? And we agreed amongst ourselves that we would keep a joint calendar. The CTU, thanks to Nigel and Rodney and others, have taken it to the next level with these industry watch meetings that they have every quarter, and talk about what meetings are coming up and how do we go about preparing for them. So Jackie, you're right. We need to have these mechanisms by which we know what the others are doing. And the CTU has been doing a fantastic job. Sometimes I wonder how they can do all of these things with the resources that they have at their disposal. But kudos to you, Nigel and Rodney, and all the staff at the CTU. And we really need to support, that coordinating role that the CTU is playing, and whoever else can come on board to extend that. I mean, we see how we can work together.
I see Tracy posted a question, Jackie.
Tracy's question was, what are our thoughts about the planned Tier 4 data center in Phoenix Park in Trinidad and Tobago? Is Trinidad and Tobago ready to become a regional data hub? And I can tell you, I know very little about the details of that data center. I don't know who does.
Well, I cannot speak on behalf of the data centers themselves, but again, at the Canto meeting, we were reminded that there is a Caribbean Data Center Association, which is being driven by Blue Nap of the Americas. There is a very up-to-date data center in Curacao itself, and what they are trying to do is to connect data centers across the Caribbean. So there's a lot happening with regard to data centers, but that's not an area of my expertise. I'm sure there are others who may be more knowledgeable about this, but Tracy's right. That is something that we could be talking about.
Wasn't cost an issue in some of the initial discussions? I remember Digicel quite a few years ago trying to offer this service. I don't know where it is now.
Tracy, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Yes, thanks. So I'm not going to answer Lance's question because I'm not sure. Sorry, I have a cough. What happened there? But the question I posed is related not so much, I think, to is it physically possible? I'm sure it is. Trinidad and Tobago has, I would say, maybe a dated legislative regime for data Not just data protection, just data. Full stop.
Basically data governance.
Exactly. Yeah.
Protection,
So,
privacy, the whole 9 yards.
so without getting into that specifically, I remember there was some time we talked about a Caribbean data protection regime. We talked about that. We talked about having harmonized policies. I think that's why I was triggering my question, Nigel's HIPCA, maybe let's say HIPCA Part 2 or Back to the Future plan or the sequel. I don't know what you're going to call it. So the question I have is really, or the questions I'm trying to pose are, which is I think more deeper than whether Tier 4 DC is relevant in Trinidad and Tobago. It's whether or not the Caribbean almost is ready for this. So while we plan to do what like Malaysia is trying to or has tried to do, Indonesia, Southeast Asia, try to become a data hub for that part of the world, Singapore, etc., and compete for business in Southeast Asia and Asia generally. Can we compete for business with other DCs in the region? And this includes, of course, Latin America and the wider Americas region, so North America, obviously, and so on, to sort of get business beyond our small amounts of data that we have, relatively speaking. That's question A, given our regime. And question B, given the challenges we've had all over with regionalism, cricket is one. I think even partnering on doing other things. I remember talking about this, partnering on sharing applications, sharing purchasing of procurement solutions of tax systems. That's all those things we talked about years ago in sessions that never happened. Do you think we're ready to partner and collaborate on regional data sharing policies? And will this if I have my data in Trinidad and Tobago, will vex that I have my data in Trinidad and Tobago and want to take it out if they vex with us or something like that? Are those things, are we ready for it? That's the question I'm asking. And is it time for maturity in this regard? And if so, how do we do things like this? Is there a role for, let's say, an IGF type environment to play that kind of role, to harmonize these kinds of ideas? Because I think this could be a good catalyst, as Albert just talked about the Caribbean Data Center Association. If we have something like this already, then we should be talking about regional policies and regional mechanisms to make these things happen. And these, Trinidad and Tobago, Curacao, Jamaica being nodes of this policy, etc. So thoughts on that, and are we ready? Are we mature enough? And our legislative environment strong enough to deal with something like this? Thanks, especially in Trump period.
Anybody want to speak to that? I mean, my thought is, now that I know that that sort of thing, I would be interested yet again finding out what's going on. That information, the lacuna of information that we have. Everybody does their thing behind their little doors and don't talk and don't share. And honestly, information is one of these things, to me, is one of these things that when you share it, it doubles and triples and quadruples. It's not one of those things that the more you share, the less you have. The more you share, the more you get. But we do need some organization, some sort of thing to get people to start sharing that. And then all these people who are interested in these things can have the conversations, because we don't have all those people here. But if there were people who were interested in data centers and they knew that, hey, there's a data center chat or a data center WhatsApp group or something, then they could join that and they could have those conversations, and these things would start to happen more organically, as opposed to kind of trying to shoehorn everything into one place at one time. But I am looking at the time, and we are over time. God, I'm a bad timekeeper. Oh, Abdullah's suggesting 20 years ago we would have had RSS feed, but now he's suggesting to have your favorite, a Slack or a Discord. And Tracy's now saying, will NVIDIA, extending the argument, will NVIDIA invest in the Caribbean, for example?
Economies of scale.
Well, it depends on what NVIDIA would invest in the Caribbean to do.
Yeah.
If it's chips, I don't know. If it's creative uses for AI, yeah. If we build up you know, a cadre of people who do what they need, possibly, you know, I would say Patrick can sit down and say, hey, what kinds of people is there research that we're doing here that NVIDIA might find interesting? But otherwise, I really have no idea. Even further, can a Carib AI, LLM, or multimodal AI, or even AGI exist in the Caribbean? I think so. I mean, Devon, Lance, you guys have started, and well, Niran, but I'm not seeing him here. But you guys have started playing around with some of those things, haven't you?
As a matter of fact, you know, it is strange that you say it, but there is possible funding globally for, you know, for a level of innovation that you might be able to get some decent support for. And I'm talking specifically about the LLM or the multimodal AI. You'd have to put together, I think the first step of that would be to put together some kind of concept note so we can see what it looks like. And then this may well be something that you could go and get, I don't want to say initial support, but these kinds of things I've seen around as I look at what, you know, large agencies fund and others fund. This may be something that may get some initial investment to start, then you go back and do from there. So it's not impossible. But, you know, you got to put some meat on that bone.
Now, so I'll go even further. So I'll announce it here. Maybe that's so people know that this can happen. While at the Global IGF, wearing my other hat, which I'm not wearing today, which is a UN organization hat. Another UN organization approached me and said, well, you know, we're looking to deploy a quantum project in the Caribbean. Where, you know, can you help? You know, we have some funding. Maybe we can find a way to have a quantum device or quantum project established somewhere in the Caribbean, which I think would be a really interesting, you know, even beyond the AI, you know, hype.
Yeah.
Even, you know, having a university or some you know, large entity take over a quantum project and invest in it. That actually could help us significantly with our, you know, absorbing some talent and you know, giving people things to do that are beyond the standard UE ComSci, you know, program. I don't know if Patrick or any others have any thoughts on if something like that were to happen. How is the university ready to consume? And talk about the university as a regional entity, not necessarily St. Augustine or any one campus, but the university as a regional entity. Can they consume a quantum project and make it real? Any thoughts on that? And I'm just trying to see where this can go, because, you know, we kind of stuck in our a little bit of our, you know, as Lance kind of said, you know, we kind of stuck a bit. Where can we kind of break out of this stuck mode and move and take things a little further and make our discussions here, you know, move towards something that are just, you know, solving problems or just trying to fix things, but maybe look towards the future. And I guess coming out of a different model, looking in a larger global paradigm, I'm seeing things in a larger perspective and really wanting the Caribbean to move forward, having seen what's happening in Africa and Southeast Asia. Even the Pacific is doing significant things, and the Caribbean seems to be stuck a bit. So I just wanted to know, what are folks' thoughts on that?
Yeah, Tracy, as I mentioned, my name, the problem we tend to have with some of these areas is critical mass. To get sufficient students and faculty members in a particular core area to do collaborative research and develop something, you need to have a critical mass. And we could never get there because the bright students would tend to leave. So for instance, one of my past students is now doing a PhD in quantum physics somewhere in Canada. So people like that wouldn't stick around to form this core mass. So it's not only in quantum computing, but also when we look at AI, we focus on applying data science to solve problems locally as opposed to trying to compete or do anything at the at a higher level, because we don't have the resources, first of all. And again, when we do get people interested in this area and they build up the expertise, they tend to migrate. But companies like NVIDIA, we've been doing some stuff with NVIDIA, working, some of my students did some work with them on their Rapids environment, CUDA. They do provide us with hardware. I mean, the hardware we use right now for some of our LLM work was donated. Well, we got it through a grant from them. So they are in a way supporting us, but we can only do as much as we can because of the fact that once the students move away from Trinidad or the region. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, I think the counter to that is a chicken and egg argument, right? So if we have, is it that you bring it and they will come, or build and they will come? So let's, for argument's sake, say that we were able to accept, whatever NVIDIA's DC donation. They've put some racks in Phoenix Park, or they buy the Phoenix, let's say they buy the Phoenix Park location. Let's just say that, or the quantum device or quantum project is able to be provided to the university. Do you think, using that argument you had about they're leaving because of nothing, no projects here, do you think if the projects arrive, do you think they will stay?
Well, it's not only the students. I mean, we need to have the faculty members.
That's where I was going, yes.
Right. Attracting those are difficult,
Yeah.
When we put out openings for lecturer positions in some of these areas, you won't get them because they can make tons of money outside somewhere.
But Patrick, what about the concept of partnering with other universities? Like, for example, Dr. Gonick from ASU was here this morning, and he had brought up the possibility of, because they're doing partnering with, not in the Caribbean, but he had a map and he showed some places that in Latin America and so on that they've been partnering with. With that,
yeah, so we do collaborate with other universities, especially things like climate change. We've been doing, because again, the resources outside is much better than what we have locally. But what we provide to them is the fact that we are SIDS and they're interested in our particular set of constraints, etc. So yeah, collaboration. But we have to be careful that people are not just using us, right? Because you get it to the situation where they just want us to have them on the grant, to put our name on the grant, but they don't really have us do anything
vital or
Yeah,
useful.
yeah.
You're just toting water.
Exactly. So so we have to be careful of that. But yeah, no, we collaborate. You know, we've done some work with Korea University in areas that may not be of interest to Trinidad. This was on telecom stuff. But again, you know, to get a sufficient mass, critical mass to do it on our own, yeah, is difficult. If you look at my lab, for instance, we have a wide range of expertise because you can't get sufficient people in one area. So you know, we have people from economics, mechanical engineering, computer science, statistics, whatever you know, you could call it, and we have them. So the idea is to do more multidisciplinary research as opposed to having a core group in a specific area. I mean, when I was doing my PhD, there were like about 6 people in a specific area, and you could get assistance on that high tech, whatever was the latest technology at that point in time.
When we with the AI driven translation project we were doing in Guyana, we'd actually collaborated at some point with UCLA where kind of exchange kind of thing that we would do the monitoring and help with some of the lecturing in a special project, and then we had the kids there actually doing some development on the project that we wanted. So it can happen, but I think a lot of it is how you position it and how you do it. It's not impossible, but it does come with some challenge, but it's not impossible. The UCLA work that we did, I think, for about 3 semesters, ending this year, is an example of some of the things that could be done. That was a special project that they were doing and thought that they had heard of what we were trying to do. And there was a partnership there, and they had expressed willingness that if there was something similar that we were doing along the AI track with that kind of work, they were mind being involved. But you have to go back and go through the process of vetting and checking and stuff like that. But partnerships are possible along those lines, as we were just discussing.
Well, we're having a great conversation, but it is after 2 o'clock and we are a half hour over because conversation was good, but we should really wrap up and let everyone go get their lunch if they have not yet, and get ready for tomorrow, where tomorrow morning we start at 9 a.m. with the Youth Forum, which is going to be about bullying in the cyber age, and the youth participants will lead the discussions. And then those of us who are in country, from 1 p.m., we have the in-person space if you've registered for that. We did have limited space, so I'm not sure how many. I'll have to talk to Denise, the secretariat, about that, but the event manager, about whether there's still room for people to register and come in. But we'll still be online if you don't make it physically into the room. Yes, it will be remote as well. So it's been a very, very interesting day. Lots of great conversation, and we'll see you tomorrow. So thank you very much and have a great afternoon. Oh, and Albert, since you are here physically, quick question. You up for drinks this evening? I don't know when. Ajmal will say that.
Yes. Water, juice, anything like that. I'm actually staying at the usual place, so just ping me and we'll see what can happen.
Okay, cool.
All right. See
All
you.
right. Hey, Lance, you could have gotten on a plane yourself, huh? Lance, you could have gotten on a plane.
Nothing to say. Nothing to say.
You were closer than Albert, actually.
I know. All right. Albert, when you coming back this way?
Soon. I actually got in at 1:33 a.m. this morning.